What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
names it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It's going to be double 60 to complete a 4-1 victory. Jimmy Vanschke
Tops.
wrap it up 4-0. 105 the average. He could possibly want to get the job done. It's double 10 again. Ski here looking at 132. I think he likes the liar dart one. Jimmy Vanschke, that is special.
I try to play my best game every game, focus every game. Every game is important, every leg is important. Just do what I always do, try to win.
Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series, where yesterday it was the Jimmy Vanschke show here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He leads Group A by 4 points going into Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Two-time former runner-up Tom Sykes is providing the closest opposition, and what a run to the line we are going to have on this Wednesday. We're going to be watching it all in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson, and yesterday it was all about one man, wasn't it, Jimmy Vanschke?
Yeah, he's not putting in the biggest performances of the week, but he's been the most consistent and typically hard to beat. So now that we've seen some other people try and beat him, they have failed up to now, but they're going to have to go great guns on Wednesday to stop him getting to another Saturday.
There has been a change to the lineup today. Andy Davidson has unfortunately withdrawn from the competition. He's going to be replaced by Charlie Large for the remainder of Group A. Because of the points differential, he'll then drop into Group C alongside Morris, Wilkinson and McCrory on Thursday and Friday. We wish Andy all the very best, of course, but for Charlie, look, this is a free opportunity. Okay, because he's local, he's been given that late caller because of the geography. But look, he's got to embrace his opportunity, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I think Charlie is a very useful player when he comes to Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. He's also a very good development tour player, and he could cause problems today. We've seen it in the past with people like Jamie Kelling and Adam Lipscomb joining the fold at a very short amount of notice. So it'll be interesting to see what Charlie does today.
Let's have a look at the table then going into today's action. Jimmy Vanschke leads the way, 18 points to his name. He has a 4-point lead from Tom Sykes in second position in the table. Jimmy Vanschke full clear. What do you think he's got to do to get over the line?
Win more games than he loses, simple as that. I think if he beats Tom Sykes and he gets 2 more wins, he's going to be safe. He just looks too confident right now. He looks very assured. And even yesterday, we were trying to find some way that the chasing pack could get closer to him. Even talking about his bogeyman, Brian Roman, even he couldn't lay a glove on him on Tuesday. So if that's not going to happen, then maybe Jimmy is destined to have Thursday and Friday off ahead of a rambunctious Saturday for the big man from the Netherlands.
David Davis is in charge of the race to get into Group B, and it's felt like this week there's been more of a reliability about his game. That's
the right word to use. He was very useful on Monday, but yesterday he looked more assured, and I think he's more likely to put in a 93-plus average than ever before. And I think the confidence he's gained from winning a week in the previous series and getting to the Champions' Night, taking that to wearing a Wales shirt over the weekend, he's fresh off that. And he's had a couple of decent nights' sleep, I hope, since Sunday now. So it could be a big push for him today to make sure that Group B is his.
Let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about proceedings. Jimmy Vanschke, well, there's no surprise really, is he, that he's 1-9 on with the odds compilers. He should get the job done, shouldn't he?
He should, yes, but should is a very strong word in darts. The thing is, he could get the job done today. But that game against Sykes a little bit later on is going to be crucial. It may indeed be the match that sees him through.
In terms of the rest of the day, for Tom Sykes, look, he'll try and put pressure on him, but is it about him playing his way into form going into Thursday?
I think the form is there. I think the consistency isn't. He's been as high as 111 yesterday, and you don't really need to be any higher than that. But there have been a few performances where it's been low 80s, so he's just got to tighten that range a little bit. And his worst game has got to be more like an 87 to 90 average, which is something that you need at this place. So if he can just tighten up a little bit, he'll be fine for Group B, and if not, winning the group by some sort of small margin.
It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the action. We've got two former series runners-up in action in Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie, and everybody is looking ahead to Champions Week, which gets underway on the 21st of April. Yeah, it's just under 3 weeks now until Champions Week gets underway at the Modus Super Series. Save the date, Monday, the 21st of April. It's a bank holiday Monday, Easter Monday in the United Kingdom. So why don't you come and join us for some live free darts on Pluto TV as Champions Week gets underway. And that man has been to the big match twice, Tom Sykes. 32 years of age from Castleford. He really has made this church his home up against the 43-year-old debutant from Northampton, Martin Biggs, who's making his debut this week, and he must feel somewhat like a lamb to the slaughter when you consider some of the players that he's been put up against over the course of the last couple of days. Two former grand finalists.
First leg.
Jack Garwood has refereed a couple of Champions Week finals, and he's going to be the man in charge of proceedings this morning. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me here in the commentary box to talk about all of the darts on this Wednesday morning. And for Jimmy Van Schie, it is all about keeping his neck above water. He does that, he should win the group. But for Tom Sykes, he's got an opportunity just to apply some early pressure, and Jimmy's got to play David Davies in the first round.
Yeah, one thing we haven't spoken about this morning, Henry, so far
140
is that Tom Sykes gets the first game. He gets the opportunity to get within 2 points. And then Jimmy has one of the trickiest games of his day to start. Even though he hasn't lost to David Davies, he could be seen as a real danger man.
171.
Oh, look, Tom Sykes is off to another flyer. That's the voice of surprise.
Left himself on 94 after just 9 darts. He kicked off the week
94.
with a 170 checkout in his first leg of the week against this man here, Martin Biggs. And he's going to kick off another 12-darter to start today.
That might be one of the quickest legs we've ever had.
Second leg, it's Martin to the row first.
That was just the tiniest shade over a minute. And Martin Biggs is probably thinking, oh, here we go again. I had a really brief chat with him about 30 minutes ago.
45.
And he just looked at me as if to say, is it always this difficult? And I said, this is especially hard, Martin, if I'm going to be fair. This is a dynamite
140.
Well, he'll look at Group C and think, right, I've got an opportunity to pick up wins. And if I can pick up some wins early, maybe I can suddenly look at Saturday night for the first time this week.
83.
He's been competitive. And he's shown some good stuff. But the problem is, he's been placed in a group where
96.
you're going to have to do a little bit more than just do okay to keep your head above water.
I think it's about ceiling of performance, isn't it?
54.
We've seen Jimmy at times in a game get towards the 110 mark. We've seen Sykes complete a game in 111.
58.
And he's now officially the fastest winner in the history of the Modus Super Series at 5 minutes 38.
Completing a game in the time it would take for you to
131.
boil the kettle.
You know I'm going to do that later. I'm going to time how long it takes for my kettle to boil. If it's 5 minutes 38, that would be quite funny.
Well, put it this way, the advert break almost lasted as long as the game did.
59.
That's another rat-a-tat-tat start for Sykes, who leaves himself on 1 for 8 after a dozen darts. Could be going 2-0 up here in the space of 3.5 minutes if he can take this out within the next couple of visits.
60. Tommy require 148.
First up below is just a little bit awkward. That's very awkward, so moves across to the 18s.
44. Martin, you require 128.
Couldn't quite make the inroads that he would have liked on the 1 for 8, and so Biggs looks at the 1-2-8 to level this game up at 1 apiece. He's taken the 1 off.
If only it was that simple.
81.
Single
Tommy
1,
require
single 2, single 8.
104.
Well, this is 86 more.
96.
So Biggsy gets a chance.
Martin, you require 47.
When he got a chance yesterday, he by and large took it. 47% he was on the doubles for Tuesday, Martin Biggs. And that slip into the treble 15 means it's the madhouse he needs. But he
Game
gets it
shot of
nonetheless,
second
thanks to that
leg,
kind
Martin
ricochet.
Biggs.
And we're back level at 1-1.
Maybe 47's his number. He said he was 47% on
Third
doubles.
leg, it's Tom to the row first. Game on.
He's just taking out 47 for his first leg of the day. He can see the funny side of it.
108.
Well, if we are going to be fair, Sykes
He-
is very likely to win this game and get 2 points from Martin once again to create a 3-0 scoreline for the week.
60.
But to Martin's credit, it wasn't just about the conversion of doubles yesterday. He actually hit twice as many.
100.
On Monday, it was only 4. Yesterday, it was 8. So he is definitely going in the right direction. Even though his average didn't really change, his likelihood of winning legs was there.
60.
As for Sykes, 99 average on Monday, reduced that by 8 points yesterday.
140.
But he's the kind of player that can make a 91 average look mundane.
Well, on foe, he's had 2 very good legs so far. 12 darter to win leg 1. He's left himself
100.
81 after 9 here. And luckily for Sykesy, he only needs 4 holes of throw for to win this match. And he's going to
49.
leave himself on 32 after 12 to take this one.
$140. Tommy require 32. Game shot on the third
That's the
leg.
kind of
Tom
shot
Sykes.
that will make him feel very happy. Because if there was one double on the board that really cost him yesterday, it was double 16.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to the row first. Game on.
There is a danger in Tom's position that you'll think, the way Jimmy's playing, he's going to win this group. And you can get yourself comfortable thinking that Group B is going to be your destination.
45.
I don't feel that with Tom. I feel like he's got a bit more tenacity about him.
100.
He'll forever chase targets, whether they're likely scenarios they could be pulled off, or whether they're unlikely scenarios they could be pulled off. But he will know if he stands any chance, he has to win this opening game. And if David Davies can do him a
60.
favour, then suddenly he knows that he has been hauled back into play.
I suppose we shouldn't forget as well that
100.
Sykes and Van Schie make up 3 runners-up positions from the last 4 series.
And the other thing to note as well, if Sykes can win this game and Van Schie loses to David Davies,
45.
they'll be within a couple of points of one another and they'll meet in the 3rd round of fixtures of the day. And if Sykes can win that one, then it's anyone's game. But he's going to have to arrest a big, big gap in terms of the legs difference going into today.
Yeah, that's glaring.
$45.
Just for the uninitiated, if you have a leg difference that is greater than 8 legs, that's effectively 2 more points that you have.
91.
And Jimmy is twice as much ahead of that. He is currently 16 legs ahead.
$61. Tom, you require 110.
Well, this for the break.
More than
78.
sufficient, that one. It's almost as if the first start was for the single 19 because he'd prefer to get the treble 17. All will be well with another double 16.
140.
And 3-1 is surely going to be his.
Just a slight stoppage in play as we try to get the computer restarted. Just a little bit of a glitch in the scoreboard. Both players doing the right thing, just hanging back and waiting for themselves to be called back to the hockey. But it's an unopportune time in the leg, of course, when both players are heading towards the finishing line. But all well now. Sykes will look at 32. If he doesn't get that, then Biggs will be back for the 105 to level up at 2 apiece. But there's a break opportunity here for Tom Sykes to open up a 3-1 lead. Double 16.
No score.
And that double is
Martin, you
causing
require
more problems.
105.
And is he going to be severely punished for it here?
We are about to find out. That's right in the middle. Sykes can't watch.
65.
Now he's got to hit double
Tom, you
16.
require 32.
Or at least 32 points in total. He gets it this time.
Flag, Tom Sykes.
He has a vendetta against double 16 at the minute. It's causing him too much
Fifth
heartache.
flag, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's 3-1 up, and he now has the darts to win. And despite those misses at the outer ring, he's still averaging 96.5.
42.
Case in point, making yesterday's 91 average look mundane. If anybody else was getting a 91 average for the day, we'd be lauding them. But we know what kind of level Sykes has got.
26.
Well, to a certain extent, it's almost a compliment that we're talking about Tom Sykes so critically. The fact that he's able to achieve such consistency, but that consistency just doesn't seem to be good enough in our eyes, but it is good enough.
He's just got lofty ambitions. Some people are happy to get here. Some people want to win here. Some people want to transcend here. Tom Sykes is looking to transcend this place.
$93.
And there can't be many people who have transcended the Modus Super Series in the last 2 years. Obviously, Littler has.
60.
I'll put it this way. Only one other player has made more than one final in this building other than Tom Sykes, and that is the 2-time champion. So that's the kind of impact he's made on this particular competition. But for him, yes, he's proud of the fact he's made a couple of finals, but he's in a space and a place now where he feels like he should be winning the title outright.
Let me put it to you this way. Getting to finals is an incredible achievement. I can say that I made 2 European Tour finals. Am I happy about that? Yes.
99.
Do I look back at them fondly? No. Because I didn't win. That's how Tom will feel about those games with Scott Taylor and Darius Labanauskas. Missed opportunity.
100. Tom, you require 127.
Look at the 127 to win the game. What to be on this occasion. Not that there was a necessity to take it out
87.
there. He is going to come back for tops to round off a 4-1 victory in this contest.
This has been so routine from Tom.
137.
He's missed 4 darts at a double and
Tom,
he's
you
still averaging
require
96.
40.
So tops of the match.
Game
Tops of the
shot
win, and it was rather
match.
routine
Tom
in the end for Tom Sykes. Average of 96, 4 from 8 on the doubles. For most other players, it would be waxing lyrical about how good it was. But we know how good he is, and he makes the extraordinary look ordinary. That is how the game looked from a statistical perspective. 96.0 for the average. 4 out of 8 when it came to the finishing. Really good performance from Tom Sykes to kick off the day. And he's put that pressure on Jimmy Van Schie, who takes on David Davies on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the
it.
job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Tom Sykes get the better of Martin Biggs by 4-1. Our second game of the session is a meeting between David Davies and Jimmy Van Schie. For Van Schie, he has an opportunity to re-establish that 4-point gap at the top of the table, which was cut in half courtesy of that Sykes win before the break. He takes on David Davies, who may well be one of his most dangerous tasks of the day, because Dye has shown some really good stuff. Over the course of the 2 days, he's averaging around about 87 and change. The 40-year-old from Denbigh in Wales, the winner of week 11 in the previous series, yesterday averaged 88.78 for the day, and his doubling was absolutely superb, 40%. Up against Jimmy Van Schie, who played well on Monday, but then upped the numbers by a few percentages. 91.32 was his day 1 stats, 93.38 was his day 2 stats, 42% on the doubles on Monday, 48% on the doubles on Tuesday. And if the trend is he's going to get better as the week goes along, then everybody else in not just this group,
First
but the
leg,
entirety of the
David to
week,
throw
better
first.
be on guard.
Game on.
If this game had a movie title, it would be Tom Sykes Needs a Favour. And that favour has to come from somebody
100.
named David Davies. Now, he is 8 points behind Jimmy Van Schie. The only way
140.
that David can win this group is if he wins all of his games and Jimmy loses all of his. But can you really see that happening?
85.
It's about as likely as seeing a purple moon tonight. It's not a purple moon tonight, is it?
One goes and checks the weather forecast. But the
6.
forecast for Jimmy Van Schie has been sunshine all the way in this particular group, because since his defeat to Brian McMahon in the opening match of the week, he is currently on a 9-game winning run.
100.
And if the truth be told, it's not felt like at any point in that run anyway that he's looked susceptible
140.
to being beat. Not just is he winning games, but he's looked absolutely comprehensive. And in fact, in the games he's won this week, nobody has taken him to a last leg decider.
92.
That sums it
You
up.
require 161. $95.
Now, Davies with a chance
You
to
require
take the lead.
124.
This is a number he might have to hit. Did hit the bull yesterday, but he doesn't need it this time. It's double 11. Great
Edge
shot
on
from
the
Di
first leg,
Davies.
David Davies.
Started yesterday fantastically against Sykes.
Second leg is Jimmy
Beating
to the
him
road
by
first.
4-0.
Game on.
Averaging nearly 94. Fair enough, Sykes didn't necessarily turn up until his second game.
140.
But Davies really was excellent in Game 2 yesterday. I expect more of the same.
But he's got this habit now, hasn't he, David Davies, of
100.
kicking days off well, of getting out of the gate quickly. And if Jimmy Van Schie
58.
was having any kind of nerves about how today was going to start, well, that anxiety level may just go up another notch here. He knows he's in a game here, and he knows that Tom Sykes has won his opening match.
58.
Win this game, then he keeps himself at an equal kilter. But he'll know that if he loses this opening match, then suddenly the tables begin to turn.
171.
Yeah, that's much better. And he leaves 132 again. Hit it against Martin Biggs yesterday.
He had to take that out because he was in a spot of bother at that
140.
particular point in the
Jimmy
contest.
require 132.
But there's not the same necessity here. And so a steady turn will leave himself on double 16,
100.
which is exactly what he's going to leave after a dozen darts.
$121.
He's gonna have to
Jimmy
find it as
require
well.
32.
2 8s.
$16.
Wow, that was close.
David, you require 82.
Now Davies can double his lead. Are things turning? He was pinpointing the first leg. And he is
Game shot
again.
on the second leg. David Davies.
Tom Sykes will be blinking right now thinking, is this Christmas? Well, it's
Third
not Christmas
leg,
yet.
It's David to throw first.
But we have to
Game on.
emphasise that even if Jimmy was privileged to see the fixture sheet ahead of today, he's got his 3 toughest games in his first 3 matches.
100.
He's got Davies. At the end of round 2, he's got Rahman. Now, to him,
119.
that maybe is a bit tougher than some other people would say because it's a mental battle for him. And he's got Sykes in game 9.
$22.
But for David Davies, been a bit of a pinch so far. Van Schie's done all the scoring, but Davies, 2 opportunities taken. Snatching the game away from the grasp of the Dutchman.
125.
He's a dangerous player. He's one of those really annoying, understated good players. I'd put him up there with a
100.
Brendan Dolan on the Pro Tour. You might think, well, that's not the worst draw. And then next thing you know, Brendan averages 100 and takes you out in about 7 or 8 legs.
140.
I mean this with the utmost respect to Davies. Not a name that will scream out at the beginning of a tournament, but if you get him on a draw sheet, you know you've got problems.
96. David, you require 140.
And Jimmy Van Schie may have a big problem here, particularly if he can find his second ton plus out of the game. Double top for 3-0. Oh, this is remarkable. Second ton plus checkout, third 15 dart leg, and 3 hits and 3 on the doubles.
Fourth flag is Jimmy to
And
throw
the big
first.
Dutchman has got
Game
big
on.
problems here.
Jimmy's averaging 99, and he's being nilled.
95.
Just goes to show you can never go to sleep. Jimmy isn't going to sleep here. He's missed 3 darts at a double, all very, very close.
96.
But they were all in the same leg. The other 2 legs, he didn't even get a shot.
Davies done a very good job on throw, hasn't he, in this contest, of
140.
keeping things tight and then eliminating opportunities for his opponent.
$70.
There's a few things happening already. Jimmy hasn't been in this position this week. And Davies is within a leg of beating Jimmy for the first time here in week 10.
60. Jimmy, you require
But he may have to wait another
129.
leg to do exactly that because Van Schie has got 6 on 129, which is why he started down on the bullseye.
97.
And he's going to return for 32 when he gets back.
That's so clever. The only time you usually see someone on 129 going for bull is because they want to go
65.
25,
Jimmy,
54
you
bull
require
as a
32.
showman shop. Or showman shot, easy for me to say. And does he get off the mark?
Game
This
shot
time
on
he
the fourth
does.
Flag. Jimmy Van Schie.
Well, every single leg in this contest has been 1 in 15 darts. And if
Fifth
Davies can
flag
find
is
another
David to
15
throw
darter,
first.
he should
Game on.
come off the back of this a 4-1 winner. Well, at least Tom Sykes would be hoping so anyway.
Do you know what that is right there?
100.
That's the worst ever countdown for a rocket going off. 15, 15, 15, 15.
140.
Then you start looking at your watch thinking, where's the 14?
Maybe it will come at the end of this particular leg. But they'll both have to get their scoring boots on if that's going to happen.
59.
And David Davies' scoring prowess is just beginning to come off the boil a little bit. Suddenly, there's just a couple of little openings for Jimmy Van Schie here.
93.
He'll understand that. If he can break, he's back on throw.
83.
This is not just a big game for Jimmy. It's also a big one for Dai because he's trying to secure a top 3
98.
spot. A win would put him 6 points behind Jimmy, but also would give him a 2-point buffer over Brian Roman.
59. Jimmy
He's got to play
require
Charlie Large next.
170.
And Charlie this week is a slightly unknown quantity.
He's dropped the dart a la Gezi Price.
A la Nico Springer as well.
And just like the Iceman, he recovers and finds the treble. Bullseye, do you, Jimmy?
Game
Course he
shot
does.
at fifth leg. Jimmy
And then he
Van
gives it
Schie.
some. Jimmy Van Schie with a big fish. And the game suddenly is back on throw.
Sixth leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Well, the countdown clock is going quicker than it was before. Third 170 of the week. 2 for Sykes. Now 1 for Jimmy.
60.
Oh, what a contest this is. 5 legs played, 3-ton plus checkouts. Every single leg won in 5 visits or less.
And no 180s.
96.
Not yet. Well, you mentioned the Iceman. It's a sad day, isn't it? Because
134.
we lost Val Kilmer overnight. What a cool cat he was.
61.
If you're going to pick someone as a wingman at the Modus Super Series, I think a lot of people would pick Jimmy. But come International Pairs Week, his wingman's going to be Danny Van Tripe.
60.
That's a good team. Slightly tall.
Mind you, is there any way that the Dutch team
94.
wouldn't be tall?
That's a good question.
100.
Johan Brouwer's not the tallest, but he is the loudest.
I was going to say, could you imagine him playing in international pairs? I think that would get quite lively, and I did see some pictures of him playing at the Four Nations at the
140.
weekend, and it's fair
He
to say
require
that
147.
Johan Brouwer doesn't get back into his cage just because he plays for his country. If anything, it gives him more license to be him.
66 left here for Jimmy.
81.
Even with that
David, you
rejected
require
shot,
110.
it could still be the end. Could it be yet another ton plus checkout?
Well, this time he may have to take it out. And the 110 isn't going to go. And so Van Schie, who remember trailed in this game by
56.
3 legs nil, has an
Jimmy, you require
opportunity
66.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider if he can find this 66. And if he doesn't, Davies should get 2 match darts.
Double 18 to take us all the way. Superb.
On a sixth leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
3-0 down. Now it's 3-3. And even if he does lose this game, he's undone a
7
lot of the
from
damage.
Final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Because say he lost that game 4-0 and 4-1, suddenly Tom Sykes really is put back into play. Because remember, Tom Sykes, yes, he needs
85.
points, but he also needs legs to go his way as well because of the big gap in terms of legs difference between the pair.
Tom started this game
51.
14 legs behind. He could have been just 10 behind before round 2 had Davies won this by 4 legs to 0. But he didn't get a shot for that. He hasn't had a dart or double in the last 3 legs. And that is purely to the credit of this man right here.
Jimmy Van
58.
Schie has got different ways of unlocking results. He can do the sparkling, he can do the brilliant, but if he has to get drawn in, he will also get drawn in. If he has to chip away, he will chip away.
6.
And in this particular match, he's had to do a bit of a mixture of both.
And look at those games he's had with Steve West on Saturday night. A little bit of sparkling in amongst the really tough stuff.
140.
He gets hit hard, but he can stay standing.
What was it Billy Ocean said? When the going gets tough, the tough get going.
97.
Billy Ocean said a lot of things. But he wasn't wrong.
108.
You know what movie that's from? Romancing the Stone. And if Jimmy keeps playing this way, he's going to be romancing a medal at the end of the week.
95.
Well, he's brought his average
Jimmy
to in
requires
excess of a
72.
ton. And it's been quite the comeback. Remember, he had trailed 3-0 in this contest. And he's going to get a match start at the bull.
47.
And that was to complete the ultimate
Jimmy
turnaround.
require 124.
The 1-2-4 bookend. Got one earlier. Isn't going to get another. The chance is missed. And now Davies is faced with a possibility of losing from 3-0 up.
52. Jimmy, you require 25.
Well, for Jimmy, it started out with a fish. How did it end up like this? Double 8 to complete the ultimate turnaround.
Game shot
What a
and the
comeback
match, Jimmy
from
Vansky.
Jimmy Vansky. And how crucial could that be? He shakes his head, but he knows how important that was. He dug himself out of the trenches to pick up those couple of points. And it may well be those couple of points there, which is the real catalyst for the rest of his day. It could be the points that seal him the group. At the tail of the tape, David Day's got to a quick start, but was unable to keep aloft of that. Brian O'Man takes on Charlie Large after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 3, averaging just under 98. Coming back from 3-0 behind to win that particular contest. Davies found 3 15 dart legs to kickstart proceedings, but Van Schie completed the turnaround. Next up, Brian Amann, twice weekly finalist from Antwerp in Belgium, up against Charlie Large, the 20-year-old from Portsmouth, semi-finalist back in Week 1 of Series 6, had another run to the final earlier on in this series, has been given a second invitation because of the late withdrawal of Andy Davidson. So he's the player whose luck has come in because of that. And because of that, it means he's got 3 days worth of play. He'll be playing the final day of Group A today. And because of the points differential, because one of Davies and Amann has to get on 12, because they play each other today, he knows that he is guaranteed to play in Group C on Thursday and Friday. But I don't think Charlie will care all too much, because for him this is an opportunity which this time yesterday he wasn't going to get.
Absolutely right.
100.
And if we look back at his previous campaign in this series, it was pretty impressive.
57.
He amassed 12 points and a leg difference of plus 11 in Group B in the 3rd week of this series.
97.
Beating out Carl Sneed and Ronan McDonough to the top spot in that group, but also took care of Gary Mawson and Lee Cox. If you think Charlie Large is just off the bench today and he won't have a say,
81.
think
Brian,
again.
You require 164.
Well, Amann he's got 6 on 164, and
52.
I suppose a little bit of you that could give Charlie a bit of a benefit of a doubt if the beginning of the day is a little bit cold, because the phone call did not come until
95.
tea time last
Brian,
night, so he's only had a few
112.
hours to get ready and on the board. Man, look at a 112, look at it tops.
92. Charlie, you require 128.
he gets a shot at the bull.
103.
Almost
Brian, you
pinpoint.
require 20.
So a man looks at double 10 to take out the opening leg. Up for 5s, in the
It's on the
5s,
first leg.
and Roman has a 1-0 lead.
Big puff of the cheeks there from Brian.
Second leg, it's Charlie to the row
That was
first.
a close call in leg 1.
Game on.
It was a leg he had control of, but a leg that he nearly threw away.
60.
I think if you are Charlie, or someone like Lloyd Walker, for instance, very local to Portsmouth,
99.
you should always be ready. Be like Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
97.
You're on the bench, but always be ready. Has there ever been a better substitute than him?
59.
I can't think of one.
Which is weird when you consider the modern game where there's more substitutes in play. I suppose Leandro Trossard had a spell anyway. He was a super sub for Arsenal. And then he started gaming going. John Duran, I suppose, would be the most recent example at Aston Villa.
100.
Well, he went out to Saudi.
But not really on the same level as Solskjaer. Because he sustained it for years.
Admittedly, in the case of John
74.
Duran, he's still only 21, so he has got time to progress. But Large here, progressing through leg 2 on throw. He's left
96.
himself on the
Charlie
big fish.
require
Already seen it once today
170.
from Jimmy Van Schie in the previous match. Are we going to see it again? We're not going to see a large fish.
134. Brian, you require 147.
You just missed an open goal, Henry.
93.
I'll explain in a second.
Charlie, you require 36.
Double 18. He finds the double 9, so we are level at 1-1. If you go and get fish and chips in Ireland,
Third leg, it's Brian to the row first.
do you know what you ask for?
No.
A cod and a large.
60.
So when he's on the big fish, he's looking for a cod and a large.
100.
It's a large bag of chips, by the way. I know that because I've spent a lot of time around Irish people. And I've watched The Commitments many, many times. And the associated
93.
movies, which were written by Roddy Doyle.
Yeah, great people in Ireland.
140.
Beautiful part of the world. And a part of the world, hopefully, that the sport will be able to go back to on a big scale basis again before too long. But
138.
this is handy so far from Charlie. And look what he's left.
40.
I apologise if
Charlie
I'm about to offend
required
anybody by doing this, but he wants a cardinal large. He's going to get one this week, I can feel it.
84.
Well, he's
Brian,
not
you
taking
require
out
107.
fish there. The man looking for the same thing. And just like his opponent, misses out with dart 1, but has been able to clean it up
140.
much more
Charlie
handier than his
require
opponent did.
86.
You don't get fish and chips in Belgium, but you do get really good chips. And Charlie can't chip away enough.
76. Brian,
Now
you
it's double
require
15.
30.
And more people are leaving 30 than ever before.
Game shot on the third leg. Brian
That's how you do it with 2 darts.
And the man opens up a 2-1 lead. And even Charlie Large looked a little bit bemused by that.
First. Game on.
Do you think he was bemused by the fact that he went 14 double 8? It's not a new concept.
140.
I think sometimes the way Brian O'Man does things, because of the sheer pace and the speed of it, can sometimes just catch you off guard. But there's nothing catching Charlie off guard here. Back-to-back 180s. And the man who wasn't even meant to be here today is suddenly on a 9.
45. Charlie require 141.
That would have sent shockwaves around Portsmouth. How'd he hit that?
57.
Reciprocated by his opponent, Brian O'Man. This has been a good contest.
140.
We asked the
Charlie
question, what kind of nick would
84.
Charlie Large be in, coming in as a late replacement? Well, he is playing at a very high level. That's an
Eggs on
11
the fourth
darter,
leg,
and
Charlie
we are
Large.
back on terms.
The words coming from Brian right now. Where did you get this guy?
Fifth flag. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
This is like your lead striker going off the bench.
134.
And then all of a sudden, someone takes off their hoodie and... Oh, 9's there.
57.
Well, you mentioned Leandro Trossard. He's Belgian, isn't he? Someone that Brian will, I'm sure, have supported over the years.
96.
Part of the golden generation of footballers, and there's a golden generation of dart
100.
players coming from Belgium right now.
Dimitri, Mike De Decker, chief among them, but plenty of young players coming through the
Brian, you require
system from
127.
that neck of the woods.
57.
My word, he threw those fast. He was looking for 95 to leave 32.
60. Brian,
Now,
you
your
require
guess is as good as
70.
mine as to where he's going to go. It is 32 after all.
38.
He still has a chance.
All Charlie can do is just try and apply as much pressure as he possibly can. Finds the 1 treble
85.
there.
Brian, you require
The man
32.
32 for 3-2. Oh, the double 7 means double 9.
Yeah,
He
shot on
split,
the fifth
hit the
leg.
2, and
Brian
found the
Roman.
double 8. And that was a bit chaotic.
It's like he does it on purpose.
Sixth leg. It's Charlie to throw first.
He thinks and
Game on.
executes a lot faster than other people would.
58.
It's almost as if a few Christmases ago, he was given the Eric Claris way of finishing, and he's studied that book
100.
religiously. But it's not just the finishing, it's the approach work as well.
140. 57.
Just like the last game, we can't underestimate just how big a game this is for Brian. A win would take him into the top 3.
99.
And he's got to beat the people that are below him in the table.
60.
Or should we say he's got to beat the people that David Davies beats as well.
50.
Davies has got bigs next. The Welshman will be a big favourite to win again.
58. Charlie, you require 154.
So 6 darts here to win leg 6 for Charlie Lard. He's not going to find the 154, but he is going to have the luxury of time in terms of taking us all the way.
130.
And with that treble 17, he's left himself on double 12.
He's finished
59.
very effectively
Charlie,
as
you
well.
require
2 from
24.
5. Make
Game's
that
on
3
a
from
6 leg.
6.
Charlie Large.
This is really tidy from Charlie Large, averaging over 95 and a
7
half in
from
this
final
contest. He's had
leg.
a
It's
couple of
Brian to throw
maxis. He's
first.
threatened a 9.
Game on.
But Brian Roman, he's thinking, who is this guy that's come in today?
128.
He's dangerous.
100.
He's a development tour player and will remain on that tour for probably 2 or 3 more years.
128.
Who knows? He could blossom into a really big prospect.
If Charlie Large
96.
goes on and wins this game, then it means that Brian Roman will be stuck on 10 points in the table.
140.
And so this would put him on to
96.
2
Brian, you
points in the
require
league, and it mean that Paul
105.
Martin Biggs would find himself 7th in a 6-player table.
However, Brian is the one in the winning position. He had to go back to the 20s there. He didn't really have a choice.
8.
24. Charlie require
And they're double 60.
106.
This is ludicrous now. This is absolutely ludicrous.
100.
That was
Brian,
so
you
different.
require 32.
But never argue with a winner.
Game shot and the match.
And the double 8
Brian
is
Roman.
found, and Brian Roman seals a 4-3 win against Charlie Large. Well, there was some unconventional stuff there, but you can see with the mop of the brow that Brian Roman knows that he has got away with one there. Charlie Large coming in as a last-minute replacement, played well, averaged just under 95. Doubling was good, but Brian Roman was able to hold his nerve, hold his throw in the last leg. Coming up after the break, Martin Biggs takes on David Davies.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Brian Man got the better Charlie Large by 4 legs to 3. That completes the first round's worth of fixtures. And that victory for a man puts him on to 12 points in the group. A position that David Davies is looking to get into. If he could get the better of Martin Biggs, who is still searching for that first win of Group A. For Dye, he'd led 3-0, was 3 from 3 on his doubles, had 2 ton plus checkouts, 3-15 dart legs before Jimmy Van Schie then put on the afterburners, winning 4 in a row, including a 170 to deny the Welshman. But there was enough signs from David. He kind of played to type, didn't he, in terms of the scoring in that particular contest. And you get the sense
First
that if
leg,
he
it's Martin
plays
to
the
the
way
right
he has
first.
been this week and he plays like he
Game
did in his opening match, he should have too much for Martin. But you sense at some point that his luck has to change.
He has found himself in a winning position once
100.
in his 11 games so far. So if you've been there once, you can get there again. But if we are being fair to Martin,
99.
this is an especially difficult Group A. We started the week with 4 weekly champions out of 6. That does not happen every week.
131.
But towards the end of series, it does tend to happen a bit more.
The cream tends to rise to the top here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And at Champions Week, to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
123.
Amazing to think a few weeks ago we were labelling this a Champions Week worth of opportunity. But it feels like whoever comes out of Week 10 will go in as one of the heavy favourites to go on and lift the jackpot. You've got a
60.
couple of real serious contenders in there now. The likes of Derek Coulson qualifying a couple of weeks ago. And of course,
99.
Mervyn King qualifying on Saturday.
Shane McGurk will be one of the favourites. But I'll be fascinated to see what the groups look like.
You look at the winners of the first 3 weeks, Alex Small, Jensen Walker and Spivey Man.
You're not going to let that go, are you?
No, never.
Sam, sort him out.
100. Martin, you require 100.
They'll see this as a free hit, an opportunity to do something they've never done before. As is Martin Biggs looking at this week. He's never done anything like this prior in his days playing. He's a good county player. He's played that for a number of years, but this is the first time he's made that first real big jump in a televised arena. He's played at the UK Open a couple of times, but this is a different beast altogether. And David Davies this week has looked a different beast to the past.
60.
But he's missed a couple of darts
Martin,
and a
you
double
require
there.
90.
And Biggs has an opportunity. It may just be a dart at the bull at the end of this, but it's an opportunity nonetheless.
This is different. Flashy from Bigsy.
65. David, you require 20.
I was presuming he was going 20s. Double 5. Now
No
this
score.
is an opportunity for
Martin, you
Martin.
require 25.
Should get 2 at the outer ring. Well, should was the operative word, because by finding the double 9 there, he's going to have to sperm one. He's only going to want in his hand a double 2.
23.
Doesn't go, and so Davies
David, you
gets another
require
reprieve. He's going to get
20.
3 more at double 10 and derivatives.
It's happened again.
No score. Martin, you require
Inside,
2.
he's not going to be in a happy place.
And so Biggs returns to the madhouse to take the opening leg.
No score.
Doesn't go, and so Davies
David,
will
you
return.
require
3 more in his
20.
hand at 2 10s. The merry-go-round goes on.
He's going to split it this time. 2 4s.
12.
It's a lot closer.
Martin, you
But
require
that's 8
2.
missed darts at double. And in his first game, he was 3 from 3.
And so Biggs here looks at the madhouse once more.
Game shot on the
Eventually
first
finds. Well,
leg.
that was the
Martin
first real
Biggs.
scrappy leg we've seen this week. And it's taken us to Wednesday to see one of them. But it's
Second
Martin
leg, it's
Biggs
David
that
to
gets
throw
it won
first.
after David Davies
Game on.
missed 8 darts to win the opening leg.
Have you looked at the detail of the barrels that Martin uses? There's a grip technology on that barrel called knurling,
32.
which isn't used as much these days because technology has moved on a little bit. But I think this dart is very similar to that of a Jim Williams dart. It's not got the same sort of
43.
coating on it, but it's got the same look and the same look on the grip technology.
100.
I remember when knurling was the height of high tech. Nowadays, things are a little bit different. Coatings, different cuts, vertical, diagonal,
60.
horizontal. These aren't exactly new. These darts were made by a company in Wales
56.
quite a few years ago.
Well, the best part of 15 years old, that particular set of darts that David Davies is throwing with.
In the previous series, when
100.
David was winning his night, he was imploring me to get him some red and white flights, which hadn't been made for nearly 13 years.
100.
I will say one thing, Di. If you ever need another set of those darts, I can get you a set because my brother's got some, just in case. I trust he's still got them.
Be a bit awkward now if he doesn't.
100.
Well, David's here's got 6 darts from 213 to level up at 1 apiece. So, game which you feel like he should be throwing for a
59.
2-0 lead in. But this has just been a little bit untidy so far.
$60. David, you require 154.
Just needs to tidy things up a bit here. Neither player
94.
playing very well.
Martin, you require
Somebody needs to take this game by the
138.
scruff of the neck.
Treble 18. We're left double 12. And so Davies is going to get a couple more darts to level this match up at 1 apiece.
98.
Having already missed
David, you
8
require 60.
in this contest to win the opening leg. He makes
Game
no
shot on the
mistake on
second
tops
leg.
to win
David
leg
Davies.
2, and we're back level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Di's been inspiring me this week because we go into the springtime here in the UK. It's spring lamb season, which means that
45.
Welsh lamb will be on the menu in a lot of fancy restaurants, as it should be. It's wonderful. But I'm going to make a bit of Welsh rarebit tonight. You ever had that, Henry?
70.
Cannot say I have.
If you don't know what Welsh rarebit is, it's not rabbit. It's effectively a fancy cheese on toast, made with ale in the sauce.
60.
Well, I've had cheese on toast a few times.
I can imagine that being part of your remit. On the
Mozzarella, though.
days when you're not getting bolognese and
140.
and shepherd's pie, anything with mince. You do like a mince, don't you?
That's as far as my cooking vocabulary goes.
140.
You can do a lot with it. I've got an idea for you, by the way.
100.
You want to get some pork mince? You want to make sanchoy bao. They're lettuce cups with oyster sauce and pork mince. Astonishing if done properly.
Well, that Maxi for Davies has put him in control of this third leg against Fro. Found 2 ton plus checkouts in his opening match, and if he found the treble 20 there, he would have been able to have had a recovery dart the bull.
75.
But what he is going to do is leave himself in double 18 after a dozen.
56.
That's a little bit better than what we've seen, that's for sure. Hang about. That was right on target as well. He just doesn't have that nestling technique that some other players have, like Roman or Tom Sykes or Jimmy Van Schie. When he hits the dart, it doesn't nestle as close as theirs do. Double 8. And that's very well done. That 15 darter does steady the ship.
And for David Davies, by splitting, he knew he had 1 dart he had to take it, and that was exactly what he did.
Game on.
And after missing 8 darts to win the opening leg, normal service has resumed David Davies with a 2-1 lead. And for Martin Biggs, it would mean that it is yet another game without victory for him. It would be 12 in a row without a victory. I suppose now, with Andy Davidson withdrawing and Charlie Large coming in, he probably would have thought this morning, maybe that's the best chance that I've got of winning a game in this group. But he would have seen what Charlie put in defeat, the 94.6, and think, I just cannot catch a break against anybody.
45.
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole again, but when people come to the Modus Super Series, there's no such thing as a freebie. You want to get the £5,000 prize? Get to Saturday. Win 4 games. 3 at a push. That's what Mervyn King did. Last week he did it the hard way. He played in 27 matches.
108. He.
Second one of the game for Dye. $140.
Well, you mentioned the phrase steady the ship. That is exactly what he's done here. Looks in cruise control, got the break in the previous leg. Just asked the referee which target that was in.
99.
Well, that's what good players can do. When they're in a scruffy encounter, they can just find a way to give yourself a lot of positivity. No shaking of the head. No exasperation.
85. David,
no negativity on stage. It's just get to work.
For 3-1, double 10, and that's more like it. That's a 14 darter. And David Davies is doing a very good job here of going through the gears.
5th leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on. $83.
I wonder if his good friend's going to be watching at some point over the weekend, because Mark Webster's off to Berlin for Premier League darts. And then he's going to be covering
81.
the International Darts Open in Riesa this weekend, which could well be won again by Gezi Price. I fully expect him to.
Well, the way he's playing and the field that is there
140.
for that particular tournament, it would not surprise you in the slightest.
$96.
I think the biggest shock of last season on the European Tour is that Price lost in the final to Martin Schindler. The defending champion would love a second win in reset.
134.
Just like David Davies would love to get a second weekly title in consecutive series. That would mean a win in week 10, 2 weeks off, then a return to Champions Week.
140. Martin, you require 144.
So Biggs looking at 144, and he's got 6 starts here to extend the game.
$122.
Do you know there used to be a really famous show on Radio 1 every afternoon with Mark and Lard? They used to have a catchphrase. Biggity, biggity, bong.
86. Martin, you require 22.
Well, if Martin doesn't hit double 11, this game could be biggity, biggity, gone.
Well, that's one of them darts that's so close to the wire that it actually becomes rather awkward. But he
Game
nestles
shot of
away
fifth leg.
through,
Martin Biggs.
keeps himself in the contest, and he's forced David Davies here to serve it out.
Sixth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Even though he hasn't won a game this week, you look at Martin's demeanour, he looks
6.
like he's having a blast. And that's what these ADC qualifiers can do. If you qualify to get here, you can come up here and have the time of your life.
108.
And there's a bit of extra pace in the step now.
Is he beginning to sense it, beginning to fancy it a little
81.
bit? And is David Davies once again having a struggle towards the end of a match? We saw it in his opening defeat to Jimmy Van Schie, where he raced into a 3-0 lead, looked really good. Van Schie rattled off 4 on the spin.
81.
He managed to overcome a slow start to open up a 3-1 lead. And suddenly now it looks like Martin Biggs is becoming the better player in this contest. But David here looking to arrest that particular slide.
108.
Well, that's his 14th 180 of the week.
He
Martin achieved his 5th earlier in the leg.
$60.
What did Hillary say? It could be curtains.
Well, another one of them leaves David on tops.
140.
Does exactly that. Does exactly that after 12 on throat. And to be fair to Martin Biggs, he has provided opposition in this leg. But David Davies has managed to claw his way out the doldrums just when it looked like his opponent was in a position to
45.
potentially take
David,
us
you
all the way.
require 40.
To now having 3 darts in his hand at double top to complete a 4-2 victory. Double 10 now to wrap it up. But
20.
double 10 is not found, and
Martin,
David
you
Davies has
require
missed 12 darts at a
135.
double in this contest.
And a lot of them have been at double 10. Shots on, and he's got a marker. But in order to use the marker, you've got to get the treble 20 in that spot.
49.
And
David, you
Davies has
require
got something
20.
to settle with double 10.
Game shot under match.
But eventually he
David
finds
Davies.
it, and eventually he finds that first win of the day. Hard work for David Davies, and he is straight off the stage. He might have business to attend to, because he is very much in the midst of the Group B race and now moves into third place in the group, courtesy of that 4-2 win. Next up, Charlie Large takes on Tom Sykes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas! night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. 4 games down on this Wednesday morning, and before the break, David Davis got his first win of the day, getting the better of Martin Biggs by 4 legs to 2. Our 5th encounter sees Tom Sykes and Charlie Large go toe-to-toe here on the live lounge stage. For Tom, it's another opportunity to put pressure on Jimmy Van Schie ahead of his clash with bogeyman Brian Roman. But for Charlie Large, a very promising opening performance from him.
First leg,
Average of
it's Charlie to throw
94.60, 3 from 6 on his doubles, couple of 180s in there as well. And when you consider the fact that he wasn't even meant to be here today, he is replacing Andy Davidson, who withdrew last night.
140.
That is a fairly solid opening.
Might have to be more than solid against Tom Sykes.
95.
He got off to a pretty good start as well. 50% on his doubles with a 96 average against Mr. Biggs.
80.
Sounds like a character from Sex and the City, doesn't it, Mr. Biggs?
60.
Well, if Martin walks in with Carrie Bradshaw tomorrow, I think we might draw a bit of a crowd.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie, for sure, if he qualifies through, will draw a
93.
bit of a crowd here at the live lounge on Saturday evening. But Tom Sykes is trying to do his utmost to ensure that if Jimmy's going to make it through, that he has to do it on Friday as opposed to today. And when David Davies went 3-0 to the good against Jimmy Van Schie on the back of his 4-1 win to kickstart the session,
58.
he must have been thinking maybe things are just beginning to turn in my direction all of a sudden.
100. Charlie require 130.
So 130 for Charlie Large. Looking to find the treble to get the dart at the ball.
94.
He's going to leave himself on the double 18 if Sykes cannot find the 146.
And he won't.
56. Charlie requires.
We did say that Charlie's going to cause chaos today. Second
Edge
time
on
today
the
he's
first
done that
leg,
on
Charlie
36
Large.
points. This guy is like
Second
dropping
leg, it's
a
Tom
very
to throw
famous
first.
mint
Game
into
on.
some cola. Watch what happens next. And these are 2
100.
subscribers to being followers of fashion in darts because they're wearing the same shoes. The shoes that were very, very popular
135.
even before dart players started wearing them. But now they're more popular than ever because of Mr. Aspinall, Mr. Littler, and Mr. Dolby wearing them
139.
all the time.
It's amazing how when something works for one, everybody else jumps on the bandwagon.
So true.
70.
I can attest to that.
80. $162.
Here's the thing, just because it works for somebody else doesn't mean it will work for you, but I applaud people who try.
57. Tom, you require 100.
We'll get back to the shoe debate in a second. Go through the posts or the treble 12.
52.
I thought being from Yorkshire he would have kicked a goal through the posts there.
Well, he is a big rugby league fan. Heads to the jungle every now and then to watch his beloved Castleford Tigers play.
59. Tom, you require
jungle?
48.
That's what they call their ground, the jungle, the Menderhose jungle, if you want it to be
Gage on
factually
the
correct.
second
And that's a
leg, Tom
14
Sykes.
darter for Tom Sykes, level up a 1 apiece.
I can imagine that conversation. Where are you going this weekend? I'm going
Third
to
leg,
jungle.
it's Charlie to throw first.
I like it.
Game on.
But Phil Taylor started the shoe debate.
93.
He was the one who had everybody talking about what he used to wear. Comfort and stability.
100.
That's what a dart player needs. I've seen many people in somewhat springy all black trainers. They'll be comfortable, but they're not
96.
really that conducive to great play for everybody because they have a trampoline effect. They're made for running.
91.
These ones that they're wearing now, they are quite flat at the bottom and they have a little bit of weight towards the heel, which is probably one of the reasons why a lot of dart players do wear them.
67. $140.
Sykes looking at the possibility of a break in this third leg. And as we mentioned at the outset, not just he's going to have to win, he's going to have to win games big. So 4-1 is probably minimum requirement in most games.
Needs a cod and a large.
Would have been the third he would have had this
134.
week.
He's chasing a record, isn't he? Jared Cole has 3 in a week.
58. Tom, you require 36.
2 18s for Tom.
Game shot
Well, there's the
third
break,
leg,
there's the
Tom
2-1
Sykes.
lead. And he knows he's got to put his foot on the gas. He's dropped the solitary leg, which in realism
Fourth
he
leg,
probably
it's
can
Tom to
afford
throw
to lose in
first.
this game.
Game
If he
on.
can win this 4-1, then if he can beat Van Schie, then he's done enough in terms of the legs difference differential just to give himself a
42.
little bit more of a glimmer.
Is he Yorkshire's best player outside the tour?
At the minute, I don't think you can debate it.
108.
That's a very healthy return. For 2 and a bit days.
140.
There are Yorkshire players who don't have tour cards at the minute who have better CVs.
90.
Scott Waite, James Wilson. But this guy is only going in one direction.
81.
That is forward and upward.
Well, put it this way, I don't think we'll be talking about Tom Sykes, the non-tour card holder, for much longer.
96.
I hope for his sake that he's on the tour, if not next year, the year after, because he's ready.
140.
He's proving that
Charlie
he's ready
require
with everything that he does. And even when he's been on the tour at times this year, he's acquitted himself okay. He's taking those incremental steps and he's
55.
taking those
Tom, you
incremental
require
steps well.
98.
And he now looks at 98 to open up a 3-1 advantage. Dribble 18 will be the play. Cannot find, and so Large should
40.
get a dart to
Charlie
break back.
require 80.
2 10s.
Game
And
shot on the
2-2.
full flag. Charlie Large.
Good stuff this from Charlie Large. Keeping
Fifth
Tom
flag,
Sykes
it's
at
Charlie
bay,
to
and just
throw
look at that
first.
picture of
Game on.
concentration on his face.
Make no mistake, the people in the practice room don't like Charlie today.
93.
He could be upsetting the apple cart a little bit.
Well, that's all his job is to be a spoiler. He knows he
90,
cannot do
sir.
anything more than get a place in Group C on Thursday and Friday. But what he can do is stop somebody else from doing something that they've set out
134.
to achieve for 3 days.
$96.
What you're saying is that Charlie's like a very hungry pig that's been thrown into a freshly harvested batch of apples.
100. $123.
And he could find himself 3-2 up here. Against Brian Romani, was causing him problems as well.
96.
Well, he's left himself on 78 after 12. Sykes looking to apply pressure. Pressure he's applied.
145.
He's left himself on tops
Charlie
after 12
requires
against the throw.
78.
So Large is being forced to take this out.
2 12s.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Bingo.
Charlie Large.
He is picking off these legs like they're
Sixth
chicken
leg,
feed.
it's Tom to throw first.
This is a great performance. He's averaging about 92 and change today already.
140.
And his doubles have been excellent.
The version of Charlie Large that we've seen in 2025 here at the Super Series is much better than any version of
Six.
Charlie Large we've seen before.
And you'll get the chance to see him over the next couple of days.
140.
What a story it would be through a week like this. Imagine if he was to win this week. He wasn't even in the tournament on Tuesday. And by Sunday morning, he might be in Champions
134.
Week.
The Denmark of darts. Not meant to be here. Gets a spot last minute
41.
and then scoops the jackpot.
$59.
They had some good players, though, Denmark, back in the early 90s.
Admittedly, though, it wasn't so much a surprise because that was the last European Championship that had
85.
just 8 nations in. So whoever wasn't going to qualify and got the next best spot would have given themselves a very good chance of going on to win it.
100. Tommy require 95.
Is there going to be another 3-3 involving Charlie this morning? 88.
Game
Of
shot on the
course.
sixth leg. Tom
15
Sykes.
darter from Tom takes us the distance. He's averaging 3 figures. Large 10
Seventh and
less than
final
that.
leg. It's Charlie to throw
But
first.
yet again,
Game
having
on.
the darts, you don't need the bigger average.
He's just doing what he needs to do on throw, and that's all he has to do. If he finds a 15 darter here, then more likely than not, he's going to win the match.
81.
Can you recognise the flights that Charlie's using as well? They're not the same colour.
6.
They're not the same texture. But they are very similar to the ones used by the world number 1, Luke Humphries.
100.
Very much an old school kind of flight setup. They seem to be the type that you'd get in a packet, maybe in a sports shop. It's not quite branded type, but it's something in terms of equipment which is very, very useful.
55.
Yeah, I don't think Tom pays for flights anymore, seeing as he's got his face on them.
60.
Be harsh if you had to.
And the way it works with manufacturer deals is that they usually reduce the amount of plastic that is needed for packaging, and they send you a big batch.
95.
so the flights don't tend to go into the bubble containers that you get, or the plastic wrappers. They tend to just send you them all flat in a bag.
Charlie, you require 107.
So he's probably got hundreds of sets. However, a set shot there
98.
was on for Charlie. How many times have people left 170 today, by the way?
Jimmy Van Schie has started a trend, that is for sure.
Charlie requires
Charlie
72.
Large here is looking to end this game. 72 points away from his first win, which would put him up to 6th. It's double top.
Game shot
Charlie
and
Large
the
beats
match.
Tom Sykes,
Charlie
and that
Large.
means Jimmy Van Schie has an opportunity to move himself 6 points clear with just 6 points to play for in a couple of moments' time. Large 4, Sykes 3, quality contest. Tom Sykes has a better average, but Charlie Large did his damage on throw in that one. And so he gets a win, which is going to give him some confidence. Jimmy Van Schie takes on Brian Amann after the break.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Charlie Large got his first win of the day with a 4-3 success against Tom Sykes. So what that means now is Brian Amann taking on Jimmy Van Schie. And the permutations is that if Jimmy Van Schie can win this match, he'll open up a 6-point lead on Tom Sykes with just 6 points left to play for in the group. Van Schie would then take on Tom Sykes in the next one with an opportunity not just to win the group, but to absolutely dominate it. But Brian O'Man is the only player that Van Schie has lost to so far this week. That meeting coming during the opening game of the opening day. And since then, Jimmy Van Schie has rattled off 10 wins on the spin. And if he can make it number 11, he will be a win away from Saturday night's finale,
where his fans could sing his new chant. Isn't that right, Henry? The one that you made up. Jimmy Van Schie, he's top of the tree. Jimmy Van Schie, he's top of the tree. It's going to be your fault if I do it.
I wonder, because you're the one who made it up.
He's not top of the tree. He is the tree. He's the Dutch sequoia.
140.
He talked on Monday about Brian being a bit of a bogey player.
100.
But he did get him back yesterday, 4-0, with 4 out of 10 on doubles, and denied Brian many shots at a double. Brian only got the one. Was that rehearsed?
Had to be. They were both pointing to the... Apparently, both players have got a tattoo on their wrist, which both say 180. So they were pointing to that tattoo as Jimmy hit his first max. 888. And after the fun comes the brilliance. And that's a 14 darter for Jimmy Van Schie to kick the match off.
So where's the 14 tattoo then?
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Honestly, that moment was like the Brady Bunch all over again.
100.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Brady. Hi, I'm Brian Brady, and this is the Modus Super Series.
140.
They just know where the lens is, don't they? I blame Tommy. He was the one who started doing the guns with Dom Taylor.
140.
Since then, everybody's wanting to be part of the show.
Well, this is darts in the 21st century, isn't it? Anything like that. Could you have imagined it about 10, 15 years ago with the elder statesman of the sport? It would not go. It would be a wash. It would be something which would be frowned upon. Now it's actively encouraged.
Having said that, if Chris Mason was sitting right here, he would say it was Eric Bristow that started it. Do you remember when he looked in the lens in the mid-80s? That's going to become a thing, that, you know.
121.
Watch out, Alan Suter. You've got a rival when it comes to 180 celebrations. I'll tell you about Eric in a second.
87. Jimmy, you require 81.
For 2-0. Oh, clickety-click on 99. Oh, it's too many.
No score. Brian, you require
And the man has been given an opening here. He conventionally goes for the double 17 and gets 13 dart to level the game up.
Yeah, if you look back at some Lakeside highlights from the 80s.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Eric Bristow won a leg on the stage. He looked straight down the lens and said, I love myself.
140. $96.
But then again, Eric did start a lot of things in this sport. Until that point,
140.
a lot of dart players were afraid of interviews, cameras, media attention.
94.
That's one thing that Eric embraced. He said, I love this. Give me more.
He was the player that made it fashionable to watch darts and fashionable to enjoy darts. And he's somebody whose legacy should never be forgotten. But Jimmy Van Schie here,
81.
looking for potential 11 darter. This is some contest so far.
He's been on 81 after 9 in the last 2 legs.
The only issue in the previous leg was he wasn't afforded an opportunity to have a go at a double. He's got 3 in hand here, but he only needs a 2. Moschili's 2-1, averaging 106.65.
Fourth flag.
You do realise what's going to happen if Jimmy wins this group, don't you? The local tattoo shops are going to get a phone call saying, "Can I have a 180 on my wrist, please?" Trust me, it'll happen.
Now Brian Man's at it.
There's something to be said for feeling a little bit more relaxed. And when these two play each other, they just look more relaxed.
$60.
Oh man, 6 starts on 2-2-1 to level this game up at 2 apiece. 57 leaves himself on 164. Regardless, anyway, because Jimmy's nowhere near a finish, even a maximum leads him outside of range. Tattoo time? Oh no.
60.
2 of them fall out.
Brian, you require
Ouch.
164.
Very clever.
128.
As soon as he gets another dart just under the 60 shot, he decides to switch.
108.
This time it works.
Brian, you require 36.
He is having fun, and why would you blame him?
Game shot on the
Because
fourth
this
leg.
game
Brian
has been exceptional. Both Roman's legs have been won in 13 darts. Van Schie with legs
Fifth
of
leg, it's Jimmy
14.
to throw first.
2-2 it is,
Game
and both players way in excess of a ton. Roman averaging 112.32.
96.
This is a remarkable match. They're running rings around each other.
44.
If this was one-on-one on a basketball court, they'd be just chucking the ball into the net over their shoulder.
108.
How many times is he going to point to that thing? It's 4 now.
108.
Make that 6 for the game. Now, Brian did get 4 180s against Tom Sykes on Monday in game 10.
140.
He nearly got another one.
And by the way, Jimmy also had a 180 in which 2 of the darts bounced out the boards.
Sykes got 4 180s yesterday against Biggs.
Jimmy require 85.
If Jimmy gets one more in this contest,
Game shot
he
on the
will
fifth leg.
have
Jimmy
5
Van Schie.
180s for the first time in a match this week, but he's got a 3-2 lead, and that is the most important thing right now. This performance,
Sixth leg, it's Brian
it
to
is
throw first.
stunning.
Game on.
This game is stunning. And we can now say that this is a contest which is entering the realms of
115.
Super Series Classic, one of the all-time great games that we've seen here.
Fancy being 3-2 down, averaging 111.
60.
You may now know how Darryl Pilgrim feels.
134.
Twice today we've seen someone lose, having 100% on doubles.
140.
Davies against Van Schie, 3 out of 3. Sykes, 3 out of 3 against Large just now.
60.
But 3 shots at a double in a match is never good enough.
97.
And it looks like a contest which looks set to go all the way to a last leg decider. In fact, this could be the worst leg of the contest.
96.
It's only 8.5 minutes long.
Quick fire and
Brian, you require
quality.
96.
And have we got a crescendo leg? Maybe not if Van
56.
Schie can find the
Jimmy, you require
104. And it would put him
104.
on the hill. It put him virtually there, even if it hasn't mathematically put him there. Treble 20. Would have left tops.
But if
44.
Brian
you
does
require
get the
40.
victory, he's going to go back in the top 3.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
He is
Brian
now
Roman.
3 out of 3, which is a poison chalice today.
Seventh and final leg. It's Jimmy to throw first.
And that's mainly because the
Game
players
on.
that have done it have, by and large, thrown second. Sykes did against Large, although to be fair to Davies, he did win the first
60.
3 legs without dropping a dart at double, and then didn't get one at the outer ring thereafter. There's been a lot of quality against the darts.
60.
Well, to be fair to Brian, I think he's only lost 40 points there, not 120.
As I mentioned, there's been a lot of quality against the darts today, but credit to the players on throw, just being able to, by and large,
60.
just find a way of hanging in there with the legs that they've thrown first in.
100.
I do not remember a time at all in this game where they averaged under 100.
100.
And by virtue of that, if you score a ton, your average is coming down.
60.
We've had 6 maximums. We're running out of time for a 7th.
Yeah, the record in the game is 9.
140.
But this game will be one that will be remembered here, and I'm sure will be shown again on the vault.
141.
But can Jimmy Van Schie vault his way closer towards Group A glory? He'll hope that he's got 6 and 141.
You require 158.
And he is going to have a look at this 77 to wrap it up and to move 6 points
Jimmy
clear
requires
of Tom
77.
Sykes at the top of the group.
This is to stay comfortable. Tops to win.
Game shot.
And win he will.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie is 6 points clear at the top of the group after winning a Super Series Classic against Brian O'Man. 6 180s, both players averaging in excess of a ton. There was quality from start to the very last. And for that man there, Jimmy Van Schie, Saturday night is oh so almost there. At the tail of the tape. What a game. Brian O'Man losing despite an average of 103.47, 100% on the doubles. Van Schie 100.784 from 6 in the outer ring, 4 180s. Next up, Biggs and Large. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we were treated to a classic here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth between Jimmy Van Schie and Brian O'Man. Played in good spirit, and both players showing off their 180 tattoos in that one. It'd be Van Schie that would win it by 4 legs to 3, as you can see there. A lot of games going by that particular margin, but for Van Schie, it's a win that puts him 6 points clear of Tom Sykes at the top of the table and puts him on the brink of qualification. Victory against the Castleford Tiger in the next game would rubber stamp his qualification through to Saturday's finale here on the South Coast. And we begin round 3 with a meeting between Charlie Large and Martin Biggs. Charlie, who has got a win to his name today. He got the better of Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 3 in game number 5 of the sessions, coming as a late replacement for Andy Davidson, up against Martin Biggs, who is still searching for that first win this week.
Leg, it's Martin to throw
and
first.
Probably at the beginning of the day, because he was a replacement player, Martin probably would have thought the best chance of winning a game in this group probably would have been against Charlie Large. However, the performances that Charlie has put in his first couple of matches, I reckon he doesn't feel that way now.
Absolutely not. Charlie is hard to beat.
140.
Just ask Tom Sykes. Because Tom didn't beat Charlie Large. And that poison chalice of 3 out of 3 on the doubles. It has struck for a 3rd time today. To a 3rd different player.
85.
Basically, what this group is telling us is you can be good and still not be good enough in games. Brian O'Man losing with an average of 103.47. Charlie Large has lost with an average of 94.6 today. Tom Sykes has lost with an average of 96.82.
Welcome to this week's Group A.
100.
It's not really a surprise.
164.
Well, Biggs isn't going to take out the 164, but he does have 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg, and he will leave himself on 68 upon his return.
100. Martin, you require 68.
This has been a good leg so far from Martin. He's on tops.
28.
Now he
Charlie
might
requires 76.
find that Charlie is inching towards his pocket. Looking to pick something off.
56.
Not
Martin,
this time.
You require 40.
And so Biggs comes back with 3 in hand at double top to take out the opening leg of the contest. Now down for double 10. In the double 10 and into the lead.
Biggs. Second leg,
Well, that was a
it's
full
Charlie to
look
throw
if I've seen
first.
one.
Game on.
That was a typical 20-year-old saying, oh, do I have to be up at this time of day?
Did you just go into a Portsmouth accent there?
Yes.
100.
No, that's like going into a very famous baker and realising there's no sausage rolls left. Well, this is the size derby, isn't it? Biggs against Large.
26.
We have a small in Champions Week.
57.
Could have the large come the end of this week. We just need to find somebody called medium.
Well, we are having extra large in this series because this is his 2nd attempt.
Yeah, bonus appearance for Charlie, having been given a late call to play today.
135.
And I wonder as well whether he can play with it. I just wonder what the mentality is, whether he'll just go out there and just enjoy himself, because there is absolutely no pressure attached. This is all a bonus
45.
for him.
I don't think he sees it that way. When you've been to Saturday previously in the series and you get this bonus opportunity, he might want it even more.
140.
Because he's already had a taste.
And I suppose it's like anything. Once you get the taste of something once, you just want to do it again and again and again.
A bit like the 180 shooting in the
6.
previous game.
Charlie requires 69.
Yeah, 6 of them. Shared between Van Schie and Roman. Large looking to level up. And he'll do
Edge on
exactly
the
that by
second leg,
finding double
Charlie
top.
Large. Third leg, it's Martin to the row first.
Now, I know he saw
Game
NAI dams with the toothpick last week. I'm not sure that's going to cotton on.
No, I wouldn't recommend that. It's a bit metallic. What's something you've had the taste of, Henry, that you just wanted again and again? I was going down the route of... I've got a mild obsession with dry roasted peanuts. Most people know that about me.
Tuna sandwich.
140.
Oh, from your favourite bakery.
Yes.
The sandwich is about the size of a whale.
Yes.
No whalers in the tuna, by the way.
57.
Yeah, Henry's sandwich is so big sometimes it needs its own hammock.
100.
Feels you up for the day, though.
96. Martin, you require
I need to be
161.
snacking after that. And Martin Biggs is looking for a lunchtime victory here. And he's got 6 darts here from 161 to head towards the halfway point of that.
45.
Yeah, we are at brunch time, but it might be crunch time in the middle of this table as people are trying to get into the top 3 as well as booking their
98.
spot on the
Martin,
Saturday.
you require 116.
So 116 for Biggs. Double 18.
80.
Doesn't go, but he has got time.
Yeah, he's got time on his side,
54. Martin, you require 36.
but neither player wearing a watch.
Game shot
And
on
I
the
like
third
that.
leg. Martin Biggs.
Because, let's face it, when you're on the Super Series stage, why would you need to know the time?
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to the row first. Game on.
Enjoy the time you're there.
85.
I'm someone who's completely obsessed with time. Everything is done in 15-minute intervals. But the best times of your life will be had when you're not looking at the clock.
54.
Because time flies when you're having fun.
I just asked those in casinos in Las Vegas where they have no clocks.
43.
But Martin Biggs will know it's about time to claim some points here.
100.
And he's been given another opportunity here where he knows he's got a chance and he can sniff blood from his opponent. He had that game with Jimmy Van Schie
100
yesterday, and he probably would have thought this is a game where he could have had some joy. But that maximum for Charlie Large really does change the complexion of this leg.
But imagine if Martin does beat Charlie, what would Tom Sykes be thinking then? Hang on, you beat me and then you lose to the guy who hasn't won a point this week.
135.
It's like Premier League football. All of a sudden, Martin is the Southampton of this table.
139.
You think, well, there's 3 points you're going to get. And then all of a sudden, Southampton beat Spurs.
Admittedly, if Southampton are going to win one game this season, it probably would have been against Tottenham. But moving on, Charlie Large looking at 54.
85. Charlie, you require 54.
Here comes Charlie with his Westlife haircut and possibly a 2-2 scoreline.
34. Martin, you require
He's missed
127.
2 to level up at 2-2 as Martin Biggs got something big to get the break in to extend his lead to 2 in this match. Down for treble 19. Would have given him a dart at the bullseye. And so Large will return for
59.
double 10 to
Charlie, you
square it
require
up.
20. Game
Large
shot
on the
fourth
charge.
leg. Charlie Large.
That was a sitcom, wasn't it? Charles in Charge.
Fifth flag, it's Martin to the row first.
Probably another one they
Game on.
replay on Channel 4 at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I'm sure someone who is adept at the old editing on social media or with nice pictures can have a picture of Charlie and a Charles in Charge poster.
6.
It just reads Charles in Large.
But when you speak to the graphic operator, you just need to make sure that's what you want on the shirt and not an
135.
instruction on the shirt.
$140.
And is this another one of those games that is just going to pitter-patter in the direction of the player that is throwing first?
96.
We are being treated to a lot of close games today. The last couple have been 4-3. And we had another 2 4-3s in the first round.
45.
Everybody's bringing it today, which is great to see.
And hopefully that is going to be an hors d'oeuvre for the rest of the week. Reminder, double session days tomorrow and Friday. The afternoon session will begin
100.
at 1 o'clock on Thursday and the evening session from 10. Both of those sessions, Thursday and Friday, live here on Pluto TV.
Oh, look.
140.
Charlie needs a cod and a
require
large.
170.
Again, he looks at the big fish, and again, he's not going to take it out. Biggs has already missed the double 18 for this
58.
finish in this
Martin, you
match.
require 116.
Oh, no, big mistake.
76.
There is such a thing as being too safe.
Charlie, you require 112.
Freudian slip for Martin Biggs. Is he going to be punished to the hilt here? He's going to have to find a way. And decided to go 54 because the treble 20 was blocked. And so
56.
Biggs will
Martin,
come
you
back for
require
tops
40.
to go within a leg of his first Super Series win.
Game shot on
then
the
it
fifth
goes.
flag. Martin Biggs.
And Martin Biggs again finds himself on the hill in a game.
Sixth flag. It's Charlie to the row first.
He really wants this win, doesn't he? He doesn't want to be one of those players referenced as pointless after 15 games.
93.
He's so close. He has acquitted himself with class this week.
140.
He's been in one of the most difficult Group A situations that anybody's ever been put in. But has he complained about it?
42.
Has he moped on stage? He's just gotten on with it.
Well, I said before the game that prior to the outset of the day,
91.
Martin Biggs would have looked at Charlie Large and thought, this is my best opportunity of a win. And now it very much looks the case.
59.
Charlie's averaging nearly 87 here. It's not a terrible performance by any stretch of the imagination. But Biggs, having the darts, has used them effectively.
60.
But one big visit could turn things on its head.
Large is going to find the couple of trebles that he would have needed to have left himself on a big
59.
finish. And so Biggs here has got 6 darts from 210 to get his first ever Super Series win.
6.
Going to pick off a treble. The task is going to be a little bit more difficult, and maybe Charlie Large has got a bit of an opening if he can find something surmountable here.
62.
Not enough.
Martin, you require 150.
At one time where 2 trebles is not good. That's a great dart. That's a brilliant visit.
134.
Now he's thinking, 3 darts in hand. I just have to hit 1 double to finally get 2 points.
100. Martin, you
Martin
require
Biggs has been
16.
waiting 2.5 days for this moment. A match dart. An opportunity to win a game. It's double 2.
12.
It doesn't go.
Charlie, you
And this will
require
sting if Large
86.
takes out the 86.
Don't look, Martin. Don't look.
Game shot on the 6th
Lethal.
leg. Charlie Large.
And now Biggs, who has the darts in the last leg, is bruised.
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw
He knows
first.
he's missed an opportunity. Maybe for the first time this week, there may well be a little bit of scar tissue at play. For the first time this week, he had an opportunity to win a match. He hasn't taken it. And now he's got to regroup going into this final leg.
100.
If he wins this last leg decider, though, without allowing Charlie a shot for the match, that will give us an illustration of just how much strength he does
100.
have under that blue dart shirt of his. This is a really good start.
140.
Great composure.
Could have been so easy for him to have
96.
fallen apart. But with the darts, he's doing a very good job. Charlie Large is close on his shoulders, so he can't afford to let up in the scoring stakes. Could do with a treble here.
57.
Doors now slightly ajar for Charlie.
Where does Charlie go to start this one? 2 treble 20s needed. So Biggs is still in charge,
95.
but Large is gaining.
It feels now like a chase for the line.
Superb last start. He's done so much right in this game. And if he
58.
doesn't pick off
Martin,
this
you
win, it
require
will feel a
104.
little cruel.
So 104 for the match. He's not going to get another match dart here, but he will try and save himself and put himself in a position to get more
56.
upon his
Charlie,
return.
require 152.
He should get 2 if Large doesn't take out the 152. He is going to get a couple more to finally get that
100.
elusive
Martin, you
live
require
round
48.
win.
But which double does he choose? Double 16. 1 remains.
32.
That's 5 darts for the match
Charlie,
missed,
you
and now
require 52.
Charlie Large can swoop.
For Martin Biggs, this will be the defeat that hurts because this is the one where he's had the chance to win. But he's going to get more match darts.
Martin,
Charlie
you
Large has
require
missed 2
16.
himself. Can he now eventually crawl over the line? One left. Oh
8.
no, that's 8 match darts.
Charlie, you
Charlie
require
Large has got 3 in
16.
hand now himself.
I think Charlie can understand the position that Martin is in. He's the executioner. But
Good
he's
score.
missed 5 for the match.
Martin, you require 8.
Well, Martin Biggs probably did not expect another chance. He was probably expecting to shake his opponent's hand. But he's found
shot
double
and the
4.
match.
And
Martin
Martin Biggs has got his first win on the Super Series stage. He's got the better of Charlie Large in a last leg decider to claim his first 2 points here. Look at the beaming smile on his face. And look what it means to him. That's a personal milestone in which he will never forget. His first win here at the Super Series, and it comes against Charlie Large. Coming up after the break, we're going to see David Davies take on Brian Oman. This is a huge game in the race for Group B darts on Thursday night. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D! Darius
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We're at the midway point of Wednesday's action. And before the break, Martin Biggs got his first win at the Super Series, getting the better of Charlie Large in a last leg decider for free. Game number 8, the middle match of the session, is a meeting between David Davies and Brian O'Man. And this is a crucial contest in the race for a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Both players are on 12 points. David Davies has the jump in terms of legs difference, and the winner of this game will move on to 14 points and put themselves in a very good position for the rest of the session. They've also got some tough tasks, and both have played
First
Jimmy
leg,
Van
it's
Schie
David
so
to
far,
throw
but we
first.
both then still have to play
Game on.
Tom Sykes in the final couple of round of matches. But this head-to-head potentially could be the one that dictates and determines who is going to be playing in the night session and who will have to come back tomorrow daytime.
Yes, absolutely. And if there is a time
121.
where putting in a big average in defeat is a positive thing, I think Brian's just had it. He did very little wrong against Van Schie.
140.
And because he played so well and so efficiently, if he can carry that over to this game,
94.
it may just be enough to get one over on David, who he is 1-1 with this week.
Well, I think it's fair to say that both players have found themselves guilty of playing well but not getting the points against Van Schie.
86.
Both 3 out of 3 on their doubles in losing in a last leg decider to JVS. David losing his flight upon his return and then needed Jack Garwood to pick it up for him.
I think he needed the stem ring as well.
96.
When those rings fly off, they can go anywhere.
$140.
140 there, leaves David on 80 after 12.
60. David, you require 80.
Been a slightly longer session today because a lot of our games are going the distance. Welcome to All the Way Wednesday.
40. Brian, you require 130.
Well, this does have options, but I would imagine that he's going 60-20 ball.
Well, he wasn't overly
55.
pleased with that
David,
one,
you
and
require
Davies will
40.
come back looking at double top to take out the opening leg of this encounter. 2 10s.
30.
Not to be, and so the
Brian, you
man will return
require
for this
75.
75 to get the break.
Really? Oh, really?
Game
Really?
shot on the first leg. Brian Roman.
Different, but good.
He's in one of their moods, and even a cheeky wink towards the camera.
Second leg. It's Brian.
That's one of those winks that you
Game
get from a player who knows exactly what he's doing.
108.
Yeah, I'm not sure the spotter's overly happy with Brian today.
Brian don't care.
80.
Dart players were put on this earth to upset spotters.
92.
And if you're tuning into Pluto TV not knowing what a spotter is, that is someone backstage who tells the person operating the cameras where to point. Because we're trying to give you the best possible
85.
coverage. One of the most unheralded skills in the sport.
75.
But when Brian's here, and other quick players and creative players are here, that can be the most difficult job in the world.
121. Brian, you require
Man looking to back the break up with a hold here, and he's got 6 darts on 154 to do exactly that, and that's an unlucky bounce out.
36.
But it's not the first time he's had a violent collision like that this week.
Last week we were talking about Mervyn King going 18s first on 118, saying it's all wrong.
99.
Is
Brian, you
Brian
require
going to do the same?
118.
No. He's going to go 418s bull. 417s bull.
93. David, you require 116.
Somebody's going up their sleeve to see where the tricks are.
Well, Davies will stay conventional, looking for the treble here, cannot find for the double 18, and so Roman. But this
78.
could be anything in
Brian,
this
you
kind of
require
mood, 25.
25.
But he perseveres for double 8.
Nine.
Cannot get, there's another weird
David,
ricochet.
you require
And that looked on
38.
target, but for the deflection that he got there.
Conventional from Davies.
22.
But not accurate.
Brian, you require 16.
And so Roman returns to 3 more at double 8 to double his lead.
Game
In
shot
it
on
goes.
the second leg. Brian
And
Roman.
Roman doubles his advantage in this match.
You can say what you like about his week,
Third
but he
leg,
looks in
it's
pretty
David
good
to throw
nick.
first. Game on.
He looks quite sharp. It just needs to be a tiny bit more polished for us to talk about him as a possible weekly winner.
56.
But can it also be respective as well of the fact that the opposition he's coming against, the clientele he's up against, in most other weeks, we'd probably be looking at these types of performances
121.
and saying that this has been the best player of the group as opposed to somebody that was languishing in 4th prior to this game getting underway.
100.
When someone has attained WDF #1 status,
6.
that's how you judge them. We judge Jimmy by the same standards. He's done that too. We used to do the same with people like James Wilson.
58.
How do we judge Luke Humphreys as a world #1?
95.
Very soon we'll be judging Luke Little, you feel, by those particular standards.
So you think he's going to get the world #1 spot this year?
At some point, yeah. Well, there's 2 things, isn't there? It's the last year where he has nothing to defend, and
96.
Luke Humphreys has got a large portion of that end of 2023 to defend as well. The Grand Prix, the Grand Slam, Players'
55.
Championship. And because Littler as well went out early in the match play in the Grand Prix Large, when you get to the next year, there's going to be further gains for him to make
Brian, you
in the
require
Order of
170.
Merit. Well, there's only one way Brian Man can go for this. And he almost found it.
145.
Not another one
David,
just
you
yet.
require 108.
We're still on 3 for the week. Davies is starting to languish himself
60.
now.
Brian, you require
Looks like he's just
25.
beginning to hit a little bit of a brick wall as Roman looks at double 8 for the
Yes,
double
on
break.
the third
And
leg, Brian
to
Roman.
open up a 3-0 lead in this contest. And now has the darts in his hand to
Fourth
round
leg
off a
is
whitewash
Brian
win.
to throw first. Gamer.
Brian is actually ranked number 7 in the WDF at the minute. And Jimmy Van Schie is ranked number 1.
108.
In the middle of them, there's a lot of Australians. Ben Robert, New Zealand, and Benjamin Pratnama, who celebrated his birthday this week. Happy birthday
45.
to Benjamin.
And for Brian Roman, that's a seeding of
92.
7th in that particular system without maybe playing as much as he used to in the WDF. He used to play everything, didn't he? But I suppose players now, because there's so many choices from so many codes, they kind of refine what they do to what they feel like practically is going to work for them to get the end results.
41.
Correct. It could be here. It could be WDF Tour, Challenge Tour, ADC. It's nice that they've got so much choice.
100.
And if you're over 45, seniors. If indeed that comes calling. I don't think Brian's got to worry about that for a while.
Well, he's still got the best part of 20 years for that. For David Davis, he won't like me saying this, but he's only 5 years off the new seniors cut-off.
He's not bothered about
45.
that. He's only a pro. Has he got a 45
Brian, you
tattoo?
require 148.
That would be quite funny.
I think that's what they call housery. And I don't think Brian Roman was too pleased. Well, Roman should win this game from this
49.
point onwards.
Is it just me, or did the temperature just go down in here?
44. Brian, you require 99.
Suddenly it's just got a little bit icy.
$85.
And Brian Roman has decided to hit treble 16 to leave double 7.
Okay. I don't know why.
81.
I'm
Brian, you
speechless.
require 14.
Is there method in the madness?
7.
Well, he's gone inside, and so
require
Davis has got an opportunity here to
126.
take out the 126.
Well, that's why you don't leave double 7. The possibility of leaving 7 points is not a
Brian,
good
you
thing.
require 7.
But 7 for the match could be. It's 1-3-3.
4.
Well, Brian Roman is doing
David,
his
you
own thing,
require
but the problem is
72.
he hasn't quite yet secured that win. And so Davies will return for 72. Well, this a bit more conventional.
Another odd number.
54. Brian, you require 3.
The smallest odd number that you can take out to win.
No score.
But Roman hasn't taken it.
David, you require
And it's
18.
felt like ever since David Davies did the watch thing, Brian Roman has not looked overly happy. And now he's hit a treble 2 to leave
Eric
double
Shaw on
6 and has won the
leg.
leg.
David Davies.
What's they say about funny darts is better than good darts, is better than bad darts? Well, that is a perfect
Fifth
example.
leg
And look
is
at the
David to
glance
throw
there for
first.
Brian Roman. He is not happy one bit.
Game on.
Is there something about Wales versus Belgium that I don't know about? Now, this match could
60.
have been all done and dusted. And it's very easy for us to sit here and say that going 1-3-3 and treble 16-7 is the wrong thing to do.
but he's had match darts and he didn't hit the double. It's as simple as that.
Well, it's irrespective of what double it is. It's a
39.
double that is giving him the chance to win the game. We can talk about the setup we want. In fact, as strange as the setup is, he's managed to at least leave himself in an opportunity to win the match. It was just his inability to take it out. And suddenly, David Davis is smelling a little bit of blood here.
43. $140.
The only thing I can think of is that these two desperately want to be part of Group B, and things have just boiled over a tad.
42. David,
I'm sure it's going to be one of them that when they get
161.
back into the practice room, things will be absolutely fine. But they are right in the furnace of battle right now.
41.
I mean, who would get carried away when you're playing a Belgian? Who would do such a thing?
58. David, you require 120.
Don't get caught in the hurricane. It's pretty breezy.
Single. Okay, maybe go double-double.
100.
And it would have been so ironic if it went.
That would have been treble 2, double 6, followed by 60 tops 10s.
57.
So what's next? Double
David,
6,
you
double
require
4?
20.
Well, what is in play here is a lot of time for David Davis. Now, doesn't have to go for this. He's going to split, but he's
no
going to
score.
bust as well. What's going on here? This is becoming a little bit farcical.
I'm starting to think there's a breeze or a hurricane on the stage. Blowing the darts in different directions.
92. David, you require 20.
Well,
The game has completely changed.
this is absolutely crazy. And if he doesn't find this double 5,
10.
Brian could win it with a big
Brian, you
fish.
require 170.
Could you imagine?
Look at the frown. He wanted it badly.
98. David, you require
As
10.
Roman gains, Davies has to deflect. He's on double 1 now.
8. Brian, you require
Well, Brian has got an
72.
opportunity to finish it off. And good luck to the spotter finding out the route that he's going to go for 72.
11-11 bull.
It's double top.
52.
That caught the flight.
David, you require
It shot
2.
low, caught the flight. And I tell you what, nearly busted. David Davis looking at the madhouse. One more left.
No
It don't
score.
go. They're all on the wire, but
Brian,
Roman
you
can finally
require
put a seal on
20.
it here. It's been a crazy game. A strange game.
Game
But
shot
eventually
on the
he
match.
gets over the
Brian
line with
Roman.
a 4-1 victory. Brian Roman beats David Davis, and it is the Riddler that's in control now of the race for Group B position. Roman not overly pleased with the performance in that game, but he will take the couple of points nonetheless. That's how the game looked from a statistical viewpoint. David Davis with 20 darts and a double in that match. Brian Roman able to seal a 4-1 win, which puts him in control of Group B positioning. Next up, Gene Van Schie can win the group against Tom Sykes.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side.
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Gets it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Brian Man got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 1. That puts him in control of the race for Group B place when it comes to Thursday and Friday night. But for Jimmy Van Schie, it's an opportunity to wrap up Group A. Victory here against Tom Sykes would put him in an unassailable position. If the truth be told, it probably would take an absolute collapse from the tall Dutchman to deny him, and Tom Sykes would pretty much have to be perfect from this point onwards. But
First leg,
for Jimmy, he'll hope that there's no dramas, there's no what could have beens going into the final couple of games. He will want to get this job done now, and for Tom Sykes, it'd mean that he'd have to begin thinking and plotting about how he's going to compete in Group B.
Just to signify the kind of collapse that Jimmy would have to have. If Tom was to win 4-0 in this game, he would go to 18 points and plus 14. Jimmy would still be 4 points ahead.
100.
And 9 legs ahead. We're talking a mid-90s Newcastle United collapse here.
57.
And Tom Sykes is thinking, I'd love it if I beat him. Love it.
140.
They were not fun times. 2025 is much better.
Well, I'll put it this way.
6.
You don't ever have to hauntingly relive the episode of Kevin Keegan over the Carlsberg advertising hoarding.
We've seen plenty of 4-3s today.
65.
You ask any Newcastle United fan, the most haunting words of your life from Martin Tyler.
64.
Collymore closing
You
in.
require 116.
Legendary line from a legendary commentator. Well, Jimmy Van Schie's made somewhat of a legend in this building, and he's looking for a ton top of the kickstart of the match. Finds the 116
Jimmy Van
to get
Schie.
an early break. Needed one to win this match, and he's got it right from the get-go.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Tom is not having a good time of it against Jimmy Van Schie this week. He's lost both of their games. But how many times have we said it?
81.
People can be dominated by an opponent the first 3 days of the week. it can be turned around. Mervyn King beat
28.
Steve West on Monday and Tuesday last week. Then when Westy got the win on Wednesday, he was able to beat him on Saturday night in the group, but ultimately lose to him in the final.
140.
We've even seen people lose to someone 3 or 4 times and then they play in the final, and that's the most important game.
140.
Head-to-heads are only a guide, but realistically, there's only one match you really want to beat an opponent, and that is the final on Saturday evening. Of course, there's an intention to win every game,
100.
but there's one that matters more than any other. And Ski here has got off to a really strong start, and it's just felt like Tom Sykes has played okay,
100.
but he hasn't been able just to live up with the brilliance of Jimmy so far, who's averaging in excess of 102, just under 103.
140.
Well, I think it's fair for us to say at this point that Jimmy is on another planet. He may have his head in the clouds because he's as tall as Al from the Naked Gun,
95. Jimmy require 40.
but he's playing at a level that people
Games
just
on the
can't
second
handle.
leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
13 data, 2-0 up, 107.36 the average.
He is
Third leg,
playing
it's Tom to throw first.
like his ranking in the WDF. He's playing like the number 1.
Well, he seems to be number 1 on a lot of tables at the minute. The WDF ranking
44.
table, the Super Series Group A table, and he'd be hoping to be at the Champions Week top table in around about 3 weeks' time. And if he plays darts like this,
100.
should he get through, he is going to be a credible threat.
If he wins this series, can you imagine the after party?
100.
That's a scary prospect.
Book the day after off work. And maybe the Monday to be safe.
Can't do that for you, Henry.
70.
We've got Women's Week to do that day.
99.
Yeah, put it this way. If Jimmy was to go on and win Champions Week, Sunday would be a day of recovery.
100.
I think Sunday would be part of Saturday night.
Put it this way, it probably wouldn't be over until the sun began to rise.
92.
You can see the shoulders of Sykes are just starting to slump. I think he's starting to accept that maybe this
64.
week Group A is not going to be his.
And he just made a mathematical miscalculation as well, but he's going to get an opportunity to put it right.
131.
But he's missed the big number.
Jimmy, you require 167.
But is it going to be academic? Because if Van Schie finds the 167, he has pretty much got the group on lock.
If there's one visit this week that signifies Tom's week,
99. Tom, you require 35.
it's the 2 treble 20s and the missed single. That sorts it out.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom Sykes.
Well, it just keeps him ticking along, does Tom Sykes. But the problem is he
Fourth
has to
leg,
win
it's
this game
Jimmy to throw
4-2.
first. Game on.
Just a standard chance. He needs to win and win with a bit of a margin, you sense.
100.
I know this isn't a game of build
He
or weight divisions or anything like that, but when you're playing against Jimmy, I can only imagine just how intimidating he could be.
108. He
Particularly when he is packing a power scoring punch like that.
134.
And he was smiling before he hit the third dart. He knew he was going to hit it.
He's in one of their modes, isn't he? He doesn't feel like he is going to miss a
100.
thing right now. And with an average of 104.71, I don't blame him.
Well, they haven't missed a double yet.
99.
Collectively,
Jimmy
3 from
require
3.
121.
96 more. Double 18.
103.
Now he has
Tommy
missed, and the
require
door is open
88.
for Tom.
Who may only get a dart at the bullseye. Gets the bonus of 7-7 and
Game
gets the
shot on the full
7-7
flag.
and
Tom
breaks
Sykes.
back 12 darter 2-2.
Uh-oh. Tom Sykes is
Fifth leg, it's Tom
67%
to
of
throw
the way
first.
there to 3
Game on.
out of 3 on the doubles. which is the curse of the day.
108.
Is he beginning to turn the tide, Tom Sykes?
43.
Vanschke has had a real credible purple patch, but it's the Castleford Tiger now beginning to go into overdrive.
140.
Just like Chris Dobie's walk-on song, which says, let's get ready to rumble. Sykes.
58.
He's getting ready to rumble.
$46.
That's really clever.
85. Tommy require 135.
Looks as if Jimmy Vanschke has fallen off a cliff in this leg. And it's given Sykes a plethora of time to get his nose in front for the first time in this match.
Someone falling off a cliff is the equivalent of Jimmy Vanschke falling off the bottom step of the ladder.
Tom Sykes hasn't led at
59.
any stage
Tommy
in this
require
contest, and he's got
107.
6 starts here to do so for the very first time. We said at 2-1 down, Sykes probably has to win this 4-2 just to eat up a little bit more in terms of legs difference.
87.
That's probably a good thing that he's missed a darted double because he can't follow the curse. But now he must hit.
108.
Because all of a sudden, Jimmy
Tommy
Vanschke
required
is
20.
breathing down his neck.
Literally.
15.
Oh, it's pulled
Jimmy, you require
And Jimmy's in.
76.
for a 3-2 lead potentially.
Looking at 76 for a monstrous break. Double 18
58.
is missed on the
Tommy
inside again.
require 5.
And so Tom Sykes is going to get 2 more. He's already missed 4 darts to win this leg. Make it
1.
6 to open up a 3-2 lead. And this is the
Jimmy, you
moment
require 18.
that Jimmy Vanschke has been waiting for. He's got 3 darts in his hand to get the break and then throw for the group.
Right
It's
in
on
the
fifth
corner.
leg, Jimmy Vanschke.
This has been such a tough game for
Sixth
Tom
leg,
Sykes to
it's Jimmy
take.
to throw first. Game on.
Big highs and now big lows. And his fate may be sealed. In
6.
441 points time.
All or nothing from this point onwards for Tom
100.
Sykes.
And if we're being honest, because of the leg difference and the opponents that Jimmy's got left, he's got Biggs,
93.
he's got Charlie Large. Mathematically, not 100%
45.
certain, but it looks like he might have done enough.
Well, Tom Sykes would have known that to stand the best chance winning this game was probably, well, he had to do it, but he would have
6.
known that the opponents Jimmy was facing is task that he knows that he'd be able to overcome. It probably was more hope than expectation as far as he's concerned. But that 140 keeps himself an interested party. Depending on what Vanschke can do here.
6.
And a failure to find a treble means that the man from Yorkshire has 6 darts on 216 to take us all the way.
93.
And is it going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3?
If he did 57 there,
94.
he would have left
Tommy
159.
require 123.
Can he get away with the mistake?
91.
We're about to find out.
Jimmy, you require
Vanschke for the match.
134.
134 to seal it 4-2, not to be. And so Sykes to give us yet another
98.
last leg
Tommy
decider
require 32.
is looking at double 16. One left, has to find a way
Game shot on the
around,
sixth
and he
leg.
does so
Tom Sykes.
brilliantly. And we're going to go the distance.
Superb shot from Tom, that one.
7th and final leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on. 60.
I don't know anybody who plays at the Modus Super Series and hits more shots just above that treble 20 wire. He may throw
140.
more good darts that don't hit 60s than anybody. Look how many times he's peppering that 60 and not getting a treble.
91.
Which is why he's got a scoring prowess which will always put him there or thereabouts. I suppose the question mark with Tom Sykes has never been in terms of his scoring, because he always has been one of the best power scorers we've got. I suppose the one question mark is, can he find that winning double when the ultimate pressure is on?
He hasn't had a dart to win a series. He's been in 2 finals, but he has been dispatched by Scott Taylor and, of course, Darius Labanauskas.
100.
And in both of those games, even though the margins may not look tight on paper, there was a chance in both of those finals for Tom to seize the initiative, which he was unable to take.
95.
And in this last leg, he's had an opportunity to seize the initiative, having the darts in his hand. He's going to leave himself hand. He's going to leave himself on a 2-darter. But Jimmy Van Schie here to win the group.
If he's going to get a 12th win in a row this week, he needs Tom to miss this.
It's double top for Tom Sykes to keep his slender hopes alive. Jimmy Van Schie probably will go on to win the group, but Tom Sykes is making him work harder for it. A nice embrace between the pair come the end of that one. Not the best contest we've seen from this pair this week, but it's one which went all the way, and it's one which went in the direction eventually of Tom Sykes. Jimmy Van Schie, well, he played some decent stuff, but Tom Sykes was able to hold his nerve when it mattered most. Coming up after the break, Charlie Large takes on David Davies. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Wednesday morning. In terms of the results, well, Tom Sykes has kept his hopes alive of winning Group A, although they are very, very slender, of a 4-3 victory against Jimmy Van Schie before the break. So, game number 10 is between Charlie Large and David Davies. For David, he lost out to Brian O'Man in the last round of fixtures. Taking on Charlie Large, who is just having a bit of a free roll today, isn't he? But for David, I think he'll be disappointed, won't he, with the way things went against Brian O'Man, missing 20 darts at a double and losing a game which he knows if he won, he would have put himself in a good position.
Yeah, that game was weird and wonderful at the
First
same
leg,
time.
It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
I've just been doing a bit of calculating for the Tom Sykes scenario. He will have to beat Brian Roman 4-0 and beat Di Davies 4-0 to get to 22 points and plus 19 in leg difference.
100.
In order for that to be good enough, Jimmy Van Schie is going to have to lose 4-0 to Biggs and 4-0 to Large.
Which you get the
58.
sense is not going to happen. Nothing against either of those players, but just the way that Jimmy Van Schie is playing today.
Oh, I'm with you there. Jimmy not winning another leg today is
140.
unfathomable. But this race for the third spot,
140.
really interesting. You do fancy that Davies needs to beat Charlie. If he doesn't, and Roman beats Sykes,
56.
everything is sorted. Jimmy will win the group, obviously if Jimmy doesn't beat Biggs first. And Roman will be in Group B.
82.
All will be sealed as a result. Which means we can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the final round of fixtures on Wednesday.
82. Charlie require 140.
Large looking at 140 to take out the opening leg.
$60. David, you require 123.
Needs 54 and Bull for a 1-0 lead. Just seems to be losing his line and his weight at the minute.
35. Charlie, you require
Going to plan
80.
at all for Dyke. And it may well be what looked like a promising campaign for him. Could well be one which sees him land a
45.
spot in Group
David, you
C only.
require
But
88.
he's been given a reprieve, although he may only get a dart at the bullseye.
Oh, that is something that so many players do. And we can sit here and criticise going for the treble, but
48.
he went for it, it
Charlie,
didn't work.
You require 35.
And so Large has been given another opportunity, but because he hit the single 5 with the last start of his previous visit,
Game's
has
on
to
the
spurn
first
one, but then
leg.
finds the
Charlie
double
Large.
10 first time of asking.
Second leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Because of what we had on Monday morning, you said it, Henry, that one person who had won a weekly title before was going into Group C.
177.
At this point in time, it is more likely to be David
140.
than Brian. And we've already lost Andy Davidson, of course, because he's not able to compete this week. But when we are looking at the people coming in, we sneakily suspected last week that Steve West was more suited to Group C than Group B. It proved to be the case.
135.
But when Tommy Morris is thrown into the mix, and Big Wilkie from Yorkshire was thrown into the mix, and Davidson Darnell McCrory, we just aren't sure.
96.
Feels like a group that is very open for interpretation, but David Davies will feel like he's done enough over the course of the 3 days. Maybe not so much today, but particularly on Monday and Tuesday, to say that I have still
David,
got
you
a
require
very good chance of
170.
making it out and making it through. Both players on the big fish. Davis isn't going to take his. Can Large find his?
60. Charlie, you require
We must be breaking some sort of
170.
record for the amount of times 170's been left today. Or are dart players really starting to wise up that 170 is easier
92.
than other
David,
finishes
you
around
require
it?
110.
And also the breakdown, if you miss the first dart or the second dart, it's much
92.
easier on the
Charlie,
170 than it is
require
other
78.
numbers as well. As Large looks at 78 to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead. It's double top, which in a similar suit in the previous leg, he shanked into the 5.
58.
Still in the left-hand
David, you
corner
require
and still a
18.
miss.
Just about gets that single.
Game shot on the
It's worked
second
out.
leg.
1-1.
David Davies.
Davies back on level terms in this encounter.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first.
Just efficiently going about his business as ever.
57.
When you think of North Wales darts, who do you think of? Because I think most people would think of Mark Webster.
I think he's naturally the first name, isn't he, that
100.
springs to mind. Spider.
Don't forget about Martin Phillips.
Ah,
50,
yes,
sir.
the best bin collector in darts.
Someone who played darts for an extraordinary amount of time.
100.
I'm sure still does locally. But he was playing at Lakeside in the early 90s with all the big names before the split.
99.
He had to wait more than 20 years to win the World Masters.
He was one of those players, Martin, that just knew exactly what balance he wanted in life. He loved his job as a
100.
refuse collector. And hey, good money in that, by the way, as well. And he loved darts as being his side hustle. He was able to get the right amount of time off work and was just able to
45.
fit a hobby and a job that he loved so well. And I do not blame him for that one bit.
Yeah, he really liked playing in Turkey as well.
Hey,
105.
make a holiday out of it if you can.
I've spoken to a couple of people that know Martin Phillips really well, and they say he's an absolute lunatic. If you put him with the right people,
137.
it's impossible not to laugh.
David, you require 96.
Davies with 76 left. Not going to find the treble 20 there. And so Large going to have an opportunity to establish the lead at 2-1.
42. Charlie, you require 106.
We've seen the 106 a few times this week. But Charlie Large isn't
88.
going to
David, you
give us
require
another
54.
one of them outshots to add to our Tum Plus catalogue. Double 10.
Game shot
And
on
that
the
is a
third
break of
leg.
throw for David Davies. He finds himself 2-1 to the good, halfway towards a pivotal victory against Charlie Large.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Do you know who the highest ranked player is in Wales in the WDF?
Mike Gillett?
It is. And he's here this week.
58.
He's going to be in Group B. He's ranked number 52, one place ahead of another Welshman in Mark Graham.
100.
I just wonder if there's a few players this year that I don't think they'll fully commit to the WDF tour, but I think they'll look at that circuit and think, if I play in the right things and I do the right stuff, I can have some success.
140.
Well, David is actually ranked number 69. I look around that region in the rankings.
131.
He's up there with Jensen Walker, Carlo Van Peer, who celebrated his birthday this week. Yeherski George from Hungary. He tends to stick to the stuff in his
59.
backyard. Doesn't travel a lot. David Platt of Australia. So his brother here last week. Darius Labanauskas, the defending Super Series champion, is number 76. But I think it is very dependent on geography, that system.
I think you've got an issue here. We'll talk about it a little bit more in the next leg, because there's a bit of meat on the bone with this particular discussion. And I want to give it the full time and justice it deserves.
94. David, you require 104.
There's the 4. But no 100 extra.
64.
How many times today have we seen people hit tops to leave another double?
Tops for 2-2.
Game started, 4 flag.
Absolutely brilliant from Charlie Large. His first sub plus checkout of the day to level the match up at 2 apiece. This lad has got grit.
To throw first. Game on.
Large grit. I thought they were pebbles.
96.
So you had a point to make about the WDF, Henry. You said there was plenty meat on the bone.
Just genuinely with the amateur system, in terms of
100.
It's so good that players have got so many options within the game. If you want to play on the WDF tour, you've got the freedom to do that, and you've got a £50,000 World Championship at the end of it. If you want to play in the ADC, you've got a 60 grand Global Championship at the end of it. You've got 2 systems that have got 2 good end goals. But I do feel as if, because of that, players will pick and choose different systems. Then you've got other local systems and things like that, where about 6-7 years ago, you knew who the best player in the world without a tour card was because they were the BDO #1. And maybe with the exception of the odd anomaly, like a Rob Cross, who didn't really play that circuit and got his tour card via the Challenge Tour. That was the metric in which you designated the best player outside the PDC. Now, there's not really a definitive system that tells you what's the case. Probably the closest you're going to get to it now is the Challenge Tour, because that's where a lot of the better players that have ambitions of taking the next step tend to go. But there's no one-size-fits-all approaches to a metric system that dictates who the best is without a card.
108. Charlie required 30.
He left this on purpose. Okay.
28.
Somebody's been spending time with Brian.
I think the Riddler has rubbed off on Charlie a little bit. Double top for Davies.
22.
Doesn't go, and so Large finds himself in the madhouse to open up a 3-2 lead.
Dream marker.
No score.
And he under-delivers that one.
40.
Giving Davies a chance to break. He can use the marker.
David.
That was a gift. That was a couple of errors, you could say, based on textbook darts.
Flag. It's David to throw first.
Hitting a 180 to leave 30? Questionable. Going 13-1? Questionable.
I could be completely wrong when I say this, but do you think possibly a little bit of tiredness is beginning to set in with David Davis?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's had a very hectic few days. 2 days here. Played for Wales over the weekend in Skegness. Not to mention the travelling from North Wales to Skegness to here. It takes its toll.
108.
And so I wonder whether, consequently, if he can get into Group B, the fact he can then have a full day off would be beneficial to him.
Yeah, David's last score has been confirmed as 80.
If
you want to know about playing here tired, ask Scott Taylor. End of Series 6. Nobody has done that before. 1 week 12 the hard way.
140.
And then he wins the Champions Week. Someone gave it a really good crack, though. And that was our friend Jerome Meek. He won week 12 and then he won Group A in the Champions Week. He didn't win the week, though, and the series.
105.
Cam Crabtree won week 12 and then was runner-up in the Champions Week. May have felt he should have had darts to have gone on and won it.
42.
Should is a
Charlie
strong
requires
word.
76.
Andreas Harrison would refute that. 88 for Charlie.
Game shot on the
That's an 11
flag.
darter. What a
Charlie
leg
Large.
that is.
Well, I'm sure young Cameron will be more focused on qualifying for a
Seventh and
Euro
final
tour than
leg.
thinking about
It's
what could have
Charlie
been
to the
there.
row first.
Did you just call him
Game on.
young Cameron?
Yes. There's not many people that are my junior.
Well, next time Martin plays, I'm going to
93.
call him young Martin Biggs because he's a couple of years younger than I am.
In fairness, you could call everybody in this group young.
Steady on.
44.
I'll get you later.
$96.
4-3 is definitely the result of the day. And we are yet to get a 4-0, which tells you how competitive today has been.
83. $100.
If Davies loses this leg, he's in serious bother. He might have to grasp the fact that Group C is going to have his name on it.
140.
The advantage he will have is the fact that he can finish today at, well, he's playing second last, so he should finish here probably about 20 to 2, so he can get out of here, get back to his
116.
accommodation for 2 o'clock, and he has the best part of, 20 hours to get ready for tomorrow, whether that involves maybe going out for some food, maybe a little bit of sleep, just recharge the batteries. He will have
64.
ample time
Charlie
if
require
Group C is the
96.
end location to do that. We know Charlie Large is going to be in Group C because that's the only place he could be put in when he was added to the
56.
roster
David, you
today.
require 170.
However, on this occasion, the 170 again is not going to be found.
82.
And Wednesday's unexpected
Charlie
spoiler,
require
Charlie
40.
Large, is back to spoil.
Game shot and
And
the
takes the
match.
tops
Charlie
and
Large.
takes the points. Well, he's already done damage to Tom Sykes's path to Group A glory, and he may have just put pay to David Davies' hopes of making it into Group B tomorrow night. Another really good performance. 92 average for Charlie Large. He beats David Davies 4-3. Next up, Dewey Van Schie looking to win the group against Martin Biggs.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Charlie Large got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 3, averaging in excess of 92, found a 116 finish. That may have put paid to David Davies' hopes of making it into Group B, whilst for Jimmy Van Schie, he is looking to eventually win Group A. It's looked like a formality for a long time, but if he can win this one against Martin Biggs, then it will be all over, bar the shouting. For Martin, well, last time out, he managed to get the better of Charlie Large 4-3.
First leg,
He
it's
toiled
Jimmy to
towards the
throw
line, but
first.
did manage to eventually cross it. He takes on Jimmy, who is on was on an 11-match winning streak prior to that defeat to Tom Sykes. Needs just one leg here, Jimmy, to cross the line and get
94.
into Saturday's final.
And that win against Charlie Large for Martin looks even better now because of what he's done against Sykes and Davies.
60.
Well, he's been capable and dependable all week as Martin Biggs. He's just been put into a tank full of sharks, and it's been difficult to swim his way along that particular ocean.
100.
You're so good, Henry.
85.
That one really tickled me. But yes, one leg for Jimmy.
59.
And then there will be an absolute feeding frenzy for tickets for Saturday night.
28.
So be warned, if you want to be here on Saturday night to watch potentially Jimmy Van Schie and 5 others duke it out for the Week 10 title, you might want to be quick.
Yeah, this place will be
113.
pretty much a sellout. Really, we should say the word when rather than if Jimmy gets out, like, particularly because of the lead he's got in this leg.
45. Jimmy, you require 134.
He is going to make it. It's just a question of when. Just got to make sure he's not getting distracted here. He's got to stay
80.
professional. You can't afford to switch off.
60.
Because
Jimmy,
if you do,
require 54.
you can lose 2 games in a matter of 15 minutes.
Double top.
Yeah,
Jimmy
shot on
Van
the first
Schie
leg.
has
Jimmy
won
Van
Group A.
Schie.
He only needed one leg, and he's got the job done. JVS is going to be into Saturday night, and
Second
his
leg, it's Martin to
contingent
throw
of
first.
supporters will
Game
now
on.
be flocking for tickets.
He's happy. He knows he's there. And let the feeding frenzy for tickets commence as well.
140.
We'll flash up the QR code so you can scan it and pay your very small fee to be here on Saturday, which will be one heck of an affair. There it is. We'll leave it up for a little bit of time so you can scan that.
100.
We have our headliner. And here's the funny thing. Can you imagine if Simon Whitlock's there too?
131.
That could be fun.
Well, you could have Simon Whitlock, Jimmy Van Schie, Tom Sykes, Tommy Morris, potentially Charlie Large through Group C, all on the
85.
same night. The place would be sold out if that happened.
And Mark Dudbridge, former World Master. And Carl Wilkinson, all hail Wilkie.
100.
Now Jimmy Van Schie's won the group. Is he in a mood to be a little bit mischievous?
45.
No, I don't think
Jimmy
so.
require 150.
Let's find out. Apparently so. You know Jimmy better than I do, apparently.
110.
Well, nonetheless,
Martin, you
he's
require 131.
had a little bit of fun and then conventionally found his way towards tops. And for Martin Biggs, well, he's had to play the role of passenger on the Jimmy Van Schie
91.
Open
Jimmy
top bus
require
parade
40.
of Group A.
Game shot on the
13
second
darter,
leg, Jimmy
2-0.
Van Schie.
Otherwise known as Jimmy walking down the street.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Remember the chant, everybody,
Game
if you're
on.
coming on Saturday night. Jimmy Van Schie is top of the tree. And he's not going to be sent off his perch in this
140.
table.
Well, the numbers he is punching in on a regular basis is frightening. So far today, averages of 97.99, 100.78, 93.34 in defeat, and right now is averaging in excess of 103.
60.
Well, there is a gulf between them when it comes to titles,
140.
age, competitive experience, and the grandeur that has been
41.
taken away from this place over the last year, because Martin on debut and Jimmy Van Schie is about a year from making his debut last year. We had no
57.
idea when he first came here what he was about to achieve. Sometimes it takes a long time to get that winning feeling on that Saturday night. Some people don't get it. Robert Thornton hasn't had it in the Modus Super Series. Martin Adams hasn't had it.
52.
But he's had it 3 times.
$45.
And he's closing in here on a 3-0 lead. 6 starts on 208 to do exactly that. He is just flowing.
140.
In full rhythm, in full control, full beans. It is so delightful to watch.
$46. Jimmy requires 68.
Double 16. And he
Yeah,
gets the
he's on the
68
third
somewhat
leg. Jimmy Van
backwards.
Schie.
However, he's 3 from 3 on the doubles, so beware what's going to happen next.
Fourth leg,
but that's
it's
usually
Martin to throw
against him.
first. Game on.
I wonder what Jimmy's going to do with his 2 days off. He could go down to the South Sea Promenade and see the new
60.
flood defences. It's a beautiful walk now down there. Bit brisk.
But I'm sure there's plenty of friends that'll be sending him plenty of messages to
77.
say, do you fancy coming out for some lunch or do you fancy a cup of tea, pal?
Do you think Jimmy's a cup of tea kind of guy?
81.
No, not in the slightest.
Strikes me as a coffee guy. Oh, that was violent. But he did throw that very hard against 2 flights. And you do run the risk of doing that if you don't have some sort of integrity with the flight.
Well, we've seen from Jimmy and Brian the Man so far this week plethora of wickedly wild and vile deflections and ricochets out the board.
41. $100.
It's going to be the 19s here. How many will he get?
133.
7's fine. And yet again, 170 is left.
Well, I suppose there would be an
40.
irony that in a game in which he's won the group,
170.
he finishes it off with the big fish. And he will fancy this. He'll fancy it now. Bullseye to wrap it up in style. To wrap it up with a big fish. He's reeled it in. And that's some way to secure the win that secures the group. And that is the 4th 170 finish we've seen this week for Jimmy Van Schie. It's his 2nd of the day. He's done exactly what Tom Sykes did on Monday. And he is, with a hot skipper jump, through to Saturday night's final. 95.4 for the average, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, and that big fish, some way to finish it off. Next up, Brian Roman against Tom Sykes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie sealed his place into Saturday's final. And he did so in some style, a 4-0 win against Martin Biggs, an average of 95.43, 4 from 4 in his doubles, and he rounded the match off with a big fish finish. Game number 12 is a meeting between Tom Sykes and Brian Roman, a meeting which could well be one in Group B if Brian Roman can seal victory here. He'll be on 16 points. David Davis will be unable to catch him, and so these two would then renew rivalries on Thursday and Friday evening, respectively.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
For Tom Sykes, as well as he's played at times this week, will he feel like an opportunity missed in terms of winning this Group A?
The good performances have been brilliant. The not so good have been well below par. He's got to find some middle ground.
99.
But the good thing about Group B is that if he finds 4 good performances and
108.
if he gets away with another game, he'll get through. The A game is there. The B game hasn't been this week.
100.
Well, the thing with Group B is it just gives you that little bit more leeway, doesn't it? Where with Group C, you have to set your stall out right from the get-go. Lose your first couple, you're in big danger. But in Group B, if you lose your first couple, you can still make it through quite comfortably.
128. Tommy require 107.
Back-to-back legs. Back-to-back fish.
122.
And with that chuckle, he fancied it, but also disgusted in equal measure.
108. Tommy require 48.
That was really close. How close is this? He has got to sort that out.
Brian, you require
He's got to sort
8.
that double 16 out. That is a problem.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
that is the
Brian
reason
Roman.
why he finds himself 1-0 behind. As a man pins the double 4 first dart.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
What is the first port of call when fixing a problem?
6.
Acknowledging you have a problem. And it can't be refuted now that Tom Sykes on double 16, whereas he does hit it, his conversion rate isn't good enough for where he wants to be.
108.
Particularly for a primary double as well, because
93.
he left the double 16. He could have gone 8 for tops on the back of the 48.
It's a choice.
91.
If you're going to be an elite player, you need a double that you depend on. And it doesn't let you down.
94.
So good.
170.
Really good thinking by Brian, even though he doesn't leave a finish. It's got method.
134.
Method to the madness as Sykes leaves himself on double 18.
100.
To level the game up at 1 apiece. He missed opportunities to win leg 1. Oh, guess where he's left himself again. Even when he doesn't want to leave it, he finds himself on double 16, but he eventually gets the double 8.
Third
Well,
leg,
this-
it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
This is a bonkers contest so far.
It's been a bonkers day.
59.
We've had averages from the low 70s all the way to about 104.
57.
And the highest average of the day is a losing average. And that was from this man.
108.
Brian Roman is buzzing.
60.
Must be the haircut.
56. 96.
At this stage of the week, Henry, are you thinking repeat winner or first time winner?
I think repeat winner. Just look at the quality
94.
that's on show, and some of the darts that the likes of a Van Schie, the likes of a Sykes are putting in. Look, Simon Whitlock's going to be dangerous whenever he is in this building. But
Brian, you require 112.
somebody like Brian O'Man want to upset that particular
Yeah,
apple
he's on
cart.
the
He's
third
found the
leg.
112
Brian
in double quick time to lead 2-1.
You might have just stumbled upon a really
Full flag.
good
It's Tom to the
line
reverse. Game
for
on.
Tom's career. If someone was going to build him a promo video, you've never seen the
60.
likes of Sykes.
And very few have we actually seen have the success of Sykes in this
60.
particular building. 3-time weekly winner, twice a finalist at the
57.
Super Series Champions Week. On the Yorkshire belt.
140.
Seems like a long time ago that now, doesn't it? When he beat Chris Quantock that Saturday afternoon.
100.
I'll never forget Chris Conter actually won the week that night. And I remember Chris saying to me when the cameras stopped rolling that evening that
50.
look out for that Tom Sykes because he's a special player and he'll do special things. And I have to say, Chris Conter knows a good player when he sees one.
53.
People from Yorkshire are usually no nonsense.
100.
So when Quanny says something like that, it's worth listening to.
$89. Brian, you require 151.
151 for a 3-1 lead.
55. Tom, you require 142.
Well, it was meant for ball, but where it landed meant that he's on a 2-darter and he's going to get a look at the 96.
78.
But how
Brian,
could
you
he get
require
it?
96.
You've let me down, Brian. Okay. That's
Getting
different.
solid full flag. Brian Roman.
Like it. How does Eric Claris like that one? Because that was the
Fifth flag.
epitome
It's
of
Brian
different.
to the row first. Game on.
Now, Eric Claris used to go Shanghai 16s for 96. That was one of his signature shots.
60.
But that, well, that's up there.
Well, this is Brian O'Man in one of
100.
them moods. Look at the smirk on his face. He is lapping all this up.
He's just done something that Littler hasn't done.
140.
Watch out, Premier League in Berlin. If Littler gets a look at that,
140.
he might just open up a can of kick butt again.
And you know if Luke Little has seen it, he will do it because that
57.
is the type of animal that he is.
$49.
Just a reminder, if Rahman wins this game,
92.
Group B will be sewn up. And he will be with Sykes for the next 2 nights. David Davies,
140.
Might not be
Brian,
able
you
to
require
stop.
152.
the Belgian train going to the evening sessions.
62. Tom, you require 72.
Well, to extend this contest. It's double top for
Gage
Tom
on the
Sykes
fifth
to break
leg.
back
Tom
and to bring it back to 3-2.
Hate to say it, but he's better at tops than 16s.
Sixth flag. It's
So
Tom
if he's got
to the
choices,
first.
he's better off leaving tops.
Game on.
And I just wonder whether he's beginning to work that out now as well.
Tom's not silly. He understands what goes on.
140.
There are going to be times where he can't dodge double 16, but if he has a choice, if it was box 1 or box 2 at the minute,
100.
and box 1 was double 16, box 2 was tops. From our opinion, I'm bringing you in on this, Henry.
134.
I personally think tops is the one to go with.
At the moment it is. I mean, I know
60.
why, by and large, he might have a problem with it, because if he's on, say, a 60 or something like that, the darts can get to a danger. That's why someone like Bradley Brooks will actually go to the
51.
12 bet. But if a target's not working out, you got to change that MO. And I think Tom has worked
45.
out that the double 16 is not doing him any favours, and so double top is the play if he's given a choice.
94.
Now, this is the kind of number where you still have a choice, but if you go bull
6.
and hit it,
Tommy require.
you can't
82.
leave tops.
Double 16 again.
Yeah,
Well, after
Charles
all that
Sickler,
talk about
Tom
him
Sykes.
not finding that target, he pins it first dart off the back of the 82.
7 from
And guess what?
final
We're going all the way
leg.
again.
It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
May as well call you Jose.
56.
Sykes has won both games against Brian this week. Will that continue?
57.
It could be something he could use over the next couple of nights. If indeed Brian is in Group B.
101.
Oh, that's so smart. The 25 leaves him 3-4-4, which means a maximum leaves a finish. That is the kind of
100.
thinking we need in this sport. Thinking about it is one thing. Putting it into
56.
play is another one.
There's elite thinking, and then there's that.
125.
I would say that about 95% of professionals on the tour don't think as clearly as Rahman when it comes to leaving numbers
108.
mid-leg.
Some may say that it's the greatest weapon that he's got, but also perhaps
99. Brian, you
his
require
biggest weakness
108.
because he overfix it. For this for the match. He's going to have a dart at double 14, not to be, and so
94.
Sykes is
Tommy
looking to
require
climb the ladder.
120.
How does he hit this?
Just like that.
And the match.
Into the
Tom
top
Sykes.
corner and back in the winner's enclosure. A smile on the pair's face. For Brian O'Mahony, he hasn't sealed Group B just yet. He'll be hopeful of doing that against Martin Biggs a little bit later on. And he'll be hoping that Tom Sykes does him a favour against David Davies in game 14. That's the tail of the tape. Another good performance there from Tom Sykes until a 4-3 win against Brian O'Mahony. The final round of fixtures gets underway with a meeting between Jimmy Van Schie and Charlie Large. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Sykes got the better of Brian O'Man by 4 legs to 3. This was the round where Jimmy Van Schie secured his passage through to Saturday's final with a 4-0 victory against Martin Biggs. 24 points enough for him. As you can see, 7 players in the group. Andy Davidson withdrew last night. Charlie Large came in today. He's won a couple of matches. Martin Biggs has got his first win of the day, and also in terms of the race for Group B, Brian O'Man and David Davies, 2 points apart. And we'll see how that particular race will go forth as we move along with the session. Right, let's get into the final round of fixtures, shall we? And we are going to kick off with a meeting between Jimmy Van Schie and Charlie Large. For Jimmy, the final match he's going to play here until Saturday night, when the Van Schie army will be out in full force. For Charlie Large, well, he's got a free hit at Saturday through Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And if he can get out of that, then there may well be a very big crowd, because you'd have the Van Schie massive and the Charlie's large.
First leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
That was really good, Henry. Well done. The Charlie's large.
100.
And they'd be larging it.
125.
Now, this could be 26 points in this group for Jimmy if he was able to get another victory.
82.
Now, 26 points is always good enough. I remember a Group A when Andy Bolton had 26 points.
100. 100. 60.
Do you remember when Andy Bolton had 26 points and Sebastian Białecki didn't win the group on 24?
59.
That was a little harsh.
I think that's probably the harshest Group A reality that we've had, and that went down to that particular game, although Bolton and Białecki did have their battles and duels over the years, didn't they, here at the live rounds? And they're now doing their battles and duels on the tour. Van Schie looking at 160 to take out the opening leg. Another one of them would have left double top. Remember, he won his last match with the 170. That would have been some way to have won back-to-back legs.
100. Jimmy requires 60.
Even he can see over the top of that one.
40. Charlie require 92.
Early chance here for Charlie. He's got 19. That's a bonus. So now it's 13 bull. No, it's not. 73. Do beg your pardon.
49.
It's like the Big Bang Theory in here
20.
today.
Van Schie looking at double 10 to take the opening leg. And gets the double 10 and takes a 1-0 lead in this match.
If you were in Jimmy's
Second leg,
shoes...
it's Charlie to throw first.
Well, that's
Game
got a bit of a ring. Jimmy Choose. What would you do for the next 2 days? Stay sharp by maybe putting in 30, 45 minutes of practice a day, and then go and see the areas of Portsmouth that he hasn't seen, potentially.
Definitely taking it easy would be one thing that I'd be doing. But doing things that you enjoy whilst also keeping yourself sharp. I know Jimmy's very close friends with Steve West, so maybe a cup of coffee and a practice of him for an hour maybe wouldn't go amiss. Just relax and enjoy yourself for a couple of days, and then just do everything in your power just to get yourself
30.
match sharp for Saturday again.
He's so well known around here. And he knows the place so well now that if he needs somewhere to practice, that's not a problem for him. That could be one of the reasons why he's so successful here.
140.
Because this place genuinely does feel like a home from home.
Well, how many players have we spoken about that have had success at the lakeside? And the BDO just said that they found the whole place, Frimley Green, good for them because
44.
not just did they like the lakeside complex, but they managed to find things in and around the town to do. So that week you could always use usefully. And for Jimmy, it's exactly the same thing here in Portsmouth.
You know what we should try and do?
81.
We should get a photograph taken of Jimmy to make him look taller than the Spinnaker Tower.
So real life one then.
120.
Well, that's another one.
Just seems to be falling off a little bit now for Charlie.
28. Jimmy require 90.
He can't recover. But because Charlie's last visit was only 28,
34.
he might have a
Charlie
bit more
require
time.
148.
It's a large look at a 148 to level up at one apiece. Not to be, as Sovanski will come back looking at this 56 to double up his advantage and to get the break of throw.
84. Jimmy require 56.
Double top to double his lead.
16.
Now Charlie can
require
equalise.
64.
Maybe the adrenaline of both players has just dissipated a little bit. And he, of course, finds double 16.
Charlie large.
He's doubled pretty well today.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
I
Game
think
on.
you can tell that the effects and the drain of today have just begun to come into play for Charlie, which perhaps isn't a surprise.
100.
When you know you're coming here, you can prepare for a few weeks in advance. In the case of Peter Waishuri, months.
100.
Charlie's notice period was about 15 hours.
100.
I don't care who you are. You can't build on sharpness in 15 hours. You can have a practice session and that's it.
57.
But again, the other side of the coin is this was the free hit
58.
for Charlie today, and tomorrow is when the real business begins for him.
Well, some people have asked me in the past, if you take time off after the World Championship, let's say you take 3-4 weeks off, how long would it take you to get back to the kind of sharpness that you'd be happy with? Probably about a month.
99.
And that's working on your game 5-6 days a week. Every week.
43. Jimmy require 144.
144 for Jimmy to open up a 2-1 lead. It's not to be on this particular occasion.
128.
He did that so fast.
So fast, so accurate.
140.
Give a pass on Charlie,
Jimmy
but Van
requires
Schie should make
16.
it 2-1 here.
Game shot
Does
on the
make
third
it
leg. Jimmy
2-1.
Van
No
Schie.
mistake on the double 8.
Fourth flag, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
We look at Jimmy and we see
6.
him as so tall, but in the NBA, he'd be regulation height.
Oh, basketball was a
76.
sport that Jimmy did play as a younger person, but didn't quite work out for him. I suppose we're all rather glad that he decided to take up the
57.
darting route.
Well, being this tall does have its challenges. Can you imagine trying to find a bike
95.
that actually fits his legs? He'd have to have one specially made.
97.
Trying to get trousers that fit, you have to go to specialised shops.
140.
What he is somebody that just embraces everything, embraces every opportunity and every opening that he's been afforded, and he's opened
97.
up a lot of doors for himself over the course of the last 12 months or so.
That's right. He opens the door, then he stoops and he goes through it.
145.
Because the doors at the Modus Super Series aren't tall enough for him.
He's on for a potential 14 darter to break the throw and open up a 3-1 lead in this match.
Jimmy require 45.
Double 18.
27.
Just on the inside.
Charlie require 130.
Well, Charlie's looking for a small fish. Charlie, small fish.
105. Jimmy require 18.
Not this time. Double 9.
Gets
And
on
Van
the
Schie
full
does have
flag.
that
Jimmy
3-1
Van
lead. He
Schie.
does have that break, and he does have that air of comfortability in this contest. He has the throw
Fifth
to
flag
win
is
this
Jimmy
match
to throw
4-1
first.
and to round off his campaign with 26 points on the board.
Game on.
He's 501 points away from marvelling at his work. The masterpiece
95.
now just needs the signature.
$97.
But unlike his countrymen, he hasn't lost his ear in the process.
100.
Where does that reference come from?
I've
53.
been looking at a lot of art lately. That's a good job. The action on the stage is not
90.
typical of a Rembrandt. We don't want it to be violent.
Well, it has been a little bit fiery at points this week. I suppose with the
81.
clientele that's in action, that doesn't come as a surprise. But Van Schie here looking to wrap up and put the seal on what has
40.
been an incredible Group A campaign. It's another bounce out for him. Doesn't even want to finish, but is he going to be punished?
140.
He's determined to get that 130 finish. Can't stay there, really. It's precarious.
65.
Interesting play.
Charlie, you require 130.
So Large looking at 130. Not to be on this occasion, and so Van Schie
65. Jimmy, you require 111.
Bull 11 bull. Oh, how can you miss the single? That was so inviting, that bullseye as well. That would have been a littler finish.
75.
I think the
Charlie
problem was he was
requires
that aware that the
65.
bullseye was open that he just diverted his attention from the single number. And you don't miss the single number. Is he going to be punished? No, he's not. And so Jimmy Van
Jimmy
Schie
require
will come back
36.
for his favourite double
Game
to
shot
round
on
off
the
his
match,
Group A
Jimmy Van
campaign
Schie.
with yet another win. 13 wins from 15 for Jimmy Van Schie. He's not been lucky, he's been excellent throughout the course of this Group A campaign. He's had a couple of big fish finishes today, he's had a couple of brilliant moments, and he will be back in his beloved live lounge on Saturday night in front of his beloved supporters. He's beaten Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Tom Sykes up against David Davies. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000 the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Jimmy Van Schie is with us following a successful Group A campaign. Jimmy, you must be thrilled with the way that you've played at times.
I'm over the moon. I think I've had a really good session about 3 days, and yeah, I'm very happy to be number 1 now. Yeah.
What's been the most pleasing aspect of your performances over the last few days?
I think the consistency. I think I've played very consistent during the week, and yeah, especially against Tom, I played some really good games, and against David. So yeah, very happy with my performances.
In terms of the consistent numbers that you put in, has it been the best consistently that you've played here over the course of a whole group?
I don't know. You can tell me, I think. But I think I played very good, so I'm happy with the way I played. Yeah.
And in terms of Saturday night, in terms of the time that you've got left, how are you going to spend the next couple of days?
Well, you know, I've got a few fans out here, and the fans become friends. So I think I'm going to have some dinner with them. I've spoken to Steve as well. He moved here. So I'm going to grab some dinner with him as well. And yeah, just watch the other games that are coming up.
Just relax and chill, pretty much.
Yep.
And in terms of the Super Series, look, as I say, this is a place that's got a great affinity for you, former runner-up in this particular competition. Have you got to the point now where, for you, this is becoming qualifying weeks as opposed to regular weeks because of your CV and because of your winning record here?
Sorry, again?
Do you feel like when you play here, when you play the normal weeks, do you feel like these are now becoming qualifying weeks for Champions League as opposed to another week?
Well, I think every week that I come here, I try to just win it. You know, I don't see it like it's easy or something, but I just know what I can do here, and I've already won it a few times, so I know I can do it. So I'm very comfortable playing here, and yeah, if I win the week, I win the week. So yeah.
How much fun has that Group A been? And also, what about the whole tattoo thing?
Yeah, me and Brian had a funny thing going on yesterday, and we just walked past it. So I made a joke. So should we get a tattoo? And then Damien Moore actually got one last time we were here, and I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to do one as well, but I didn't do it. And now I did. So yeah, the 180 was so fun. But I know for sure the viewers there didn't know what we were saying. But yeah, I hope there's a photo on social media.
Yes,
yeah. Well, now they know what's up. So yeah, it was fun.
Portsmouth will ever have a mark with Jimmy Van Schie, and I'm sure it's vice versa. Jimmy, congratulations. We shall see you Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Always great to have Jimmy back on a Saturday night. It is now a guarantee. 26 points from Group A, and he could win the group by 6 points, but that's only if Tom Sykes fails to get the result here against David Davies. But the most important thing about this fixture is, with all due respect to Tom, not about him. If David wins against Tom, he will go to 14 points and a leg difference that will be better than Brian Roman. Then Brian will have to beat Martin Biggs to potentially jump David Davies. But he only has to win that last match if David wins this one. We are gradually getting there with our second half of the week lineup. Sykes is definitely in Group B. So he's going to be up against Simon Whitlock, Mike Gillett, and Mark Dudbridge.
41.
Lots of different challenges there for Tom. If David Davies does not join him, he'll be in Group C with Charlie Large, with Martin Biggs, Tommy Morris, Carl Wilkinson, and Darnell McCrory will join those three. Well, this one's tied for the week. 1 game all. They're about to have their decider in Group A. And there are no guarantees that they will play each other again this week.
$60.
I don't think Tom's going to be too disappointed that he hasn't won this group. The next 2 days are going to keep him busy, that's for sure. He knows it's all about the final product. And if he's going to get another weekly win, he is going to have to go through someone who has been a bit of a thorn in his side.
60. Tommy require 170.
To take the lead in the 170 race this week, because he's now 2-2 with Vanschke.
45.
May have to wait until the next leg for another chance, because we're getting so many opportunities.
$100.
So a ton there from David, but Sykes will feel like he should see this leg out from here.
65. David, you require 140.
So David's looking at 140 for the break. If he doesn't get it, Sykes will have a couple at tops, which has been far more kinder to him than the double 16 has been today to take the opening leg of this encounter. Double 10, open target, and found. And Sykes finds himself a leg to the good. Well, Jimmy Vanschke has departed the building, but as he left the interview room, he forgot that he needs to sometimes bend down to get out of place, as he has done himself a bit of a mischief.
He didn't. Did he really?
100.
And we were talking about that in the last match, weren't we? Yeah, door measurements in this country are a bit of a standard thing, aren't they? I would imagine where he lives back in the Netherlands, he's changed the door sizes to make it easier for himself.
57.
Can you imagine what it'd be like for him to live in a cottage in the middle of the Cotswolds?
Impossible.
Like the big friendly giant.
83. $96. David, you require 104.
Oh, this is to equalise. And he's definitely getting there. Tops.
64.
Going to return for tops, having left it after just 12 darts.
98. David, you require 40.
A triple there leads himself on 150. David Davies looking at tops, a level up at one apiece, and that is a 13 darter from Dye.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
there might be a portion of David Davies thinking right now, I've left myself with too much to do, because he's got to fancy that Roman is going to beat Biggs. He has the last couple of days.
140.
The most realistic route is that Davies wins and Roman does not.
And take out that game against David, which was a little bit below par from the pair. Brian's been playing some good darts again today. But Sykes on this Wednesday, if I'm going to be brutally honest, has looked a little bit on and off.
Well, just like Davies, he's been the one who played at the weekend as well.
45.
This is the life of an aspiring darts professional. Going from place to place, playing in promotion to promotion, wearing different shirts, living out of that suitcase. It's something you'll have to get used to.
6.
If this is what you want to do. Because nobody's forcing you to do it. This is what you want, though. The opportunities are there.
Now, for Sykes, you could tell that his route is treading in one path, and that is to be a full-time dart player and probably a player on the professional PDC circuit. And moments like this illustrate as to why he is one of the most seriously talented players we can pick from. The 1-1-6 picked apart, and Tom Sykes opens up a 2-1 lead.
4 flag, it's David to throw
Incredibly,
first.
that's only his first ton plus finish of the day.
When you look at what is happening in Group B and Group C, is there an argument that states that Davies might prefer Group C?
57.
We floated this argument last week with Steve West. It made sense.
43.
If he goes to C, he doesn't have to worry about Tom Sykes. He wouldn't have to worry about Brian Roman, who he had a bit of an icy affair with today.
85.
Then he can focus on Wilkinson, Morrison, McCrory, and Large and Biggs. And considering what he's done in this building, he would probably start that group as favourite.
He definitely fancied the task of that. There is absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
And when he had his winning week, it was Group C. But he wasn't alone in that in Series 9. Many of the people who made it to Champions Week came from Group C.
Well, that was the story of the previous series, wasn't it?
95.
So for that reason, he shouldn't be putting himself under massive amounts of pressure to get to the top 3. As much as he would prefer it,
Tommy require 124.
the worst case scenario isn't really that bad.
18, and the ball for back-to-back ton plus finishes.
99.
Not to be on this particular occasion, but Davies will come back looking at 164 to level up at 2 apiece.
Tom made that bullseye move.
And beginning to make his move in this
60.
contest.
Tommy
This for the break,
25.
with 2-leg buffer. And he then have the darts in the next to wrap the match up. 88. Is not found, and that part of the board is not doing anything for him.
Doesn't get the treble this time on a 104.
21.
And if I may say so,
Tommy
Davies is starting to
8.
look exhausted.
He's looking flat. And Tom Sykes would have seen the facial mannerisms as he walked past,
4.
but he's unable to exploit
David,
it.
you require 83.
So Davies comes back looking at 83. And he's going to get a couple in his hand at double 16 to square the match up at 2-2.
That's a really good
It's
checkout.
Tom to throw first.
Because his previous visit to that was not very good at all. Powers of recovery once again.
60. $100.
Davies' record here is 5 Saturdays from 9 attempts.
100.
That's not too bad. But Sykes is 4 from 5. The only time he did not make it was when he made his debut. That was a Group C situation where he
21.
started buoyantly. He wasn't able to finish the job. But every time since then, he's made Saturday.
And in fairness,
60.
he may not qualify for finals night, but then on that evening, he'd go on to win a belt. So even though he didn't make it through to the Saturday setup, he had still won something.
And coincidentally, there was only one person who started Group A with a perfect Saturday qualification record, and that was Andy Davidson.
135.
Sykes actually did beat someone called Dye at the weekend. Dye Caller by 4 legs to 3 on Sunday.
146.
To win his second game in England colours this weekend.
96.
He's himself on 50 to re-establish the lead once again. But yeah, you can tell with David Davies that he looks ready now to have a bit of a kick.
50.
And I, for one, do not blame him. Double 16. 3-2 Sykes. And finally, he finds something in the bottom left-hand corner of the board.
When he had 70 with his previous turn, he went for treble 20. Why? I want to know why.
137.
Why would you do something like that?
Sure, we'll get to the bottom as to why in due course.
83.
I think Tom's got to start realising as well that when he hits a treble 20 in the bottom right corner, he needs to switch. Because his darts veer
41.
a little bit to the right when they hit the board. It's only a little bit. But if he surveys the way that Gary Anderson plays the game,
96.
he's always looking to hit the left-hand side of the 60. Because that way he can actually follow it. If you hit the right-hand side, it's a lot harder. Not everybody's darts go in as purely and as straight as David Davies.
100.
You have to understand how your darts behave.
And
one of the reasons why his darts go in straighter is because he's using fast flights. Slightly smaller. Interesting play.
David, you require 98.
I'm digging that.
He's left himself on a 2-darter, but is he even going to get a go at it? No, it's the answer. And so Sykes is going to come back. His quick thinking has afforded him a 2-darter to wrap up his Group A campaign. Tops. Not to be, and so Davis will return to give us another last leg decider.
He's got to hit it.
11.
And because he doesn't, Group B might not be his after all.
So 2 12s for Tom Sykes
Game shot
to wrap up a 4-2 victory, and it means that Brian O'Man will join him in Group B on Thursday evening. For David Davies, it's going to be a campaign and the day session. 2 players who I think are now ready to put their feet up for a few hours, and who would blame them? Had a busy weekend representing their countries and a busy time of it here at the Super Series this week. Sykes 4, Davies 2. Our final game of the session is Martin Biggs against Brian Roman.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Sykes got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 2. Our final match of the session is a meeting between Martin Biggs and Brian Roman. These two will be heading in different directions come the end of this one. Martin will be playing in Group C on Thursday and Friday, whilst Brian Roman will be playing the Thursday and Friday night session here in Portsmouth. So the final Group A match of the week. And now Brian Roman has secured his passage into Group B. There's a possibility that anything could happen.
Would you care to elaborate on that, Henry?
As in for, if you think he's been doing some wacky things now, what is he going to do now
First
the pressure's
leg,
off?
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Now I see your point. Somebody's going to let the Riddler off the leash. He's on day release from Arkham Asylum.
43.
Is he about to go nuts? Well, he didn't start on the bull, so that's a start.
131.
I wouldn't be surprised.
$55.
Well, one thing you have to understand as well, if you want to complete a leg by just using
6.
3 segments, you don't necessarily have to use treble 20s, treble 19s, and bullseyes. Or treble 20, treble 19, and double 12.
59.
You can actually do it with the bullseye, the 25, and the double 13. 150, 150, 150,
60.
25 double 13 for an $11. And Brian knows this.
41.
Don't encourage him.
You started it.
Well, that is true. But in talking about encouragement, it's been an encouraging week for Brian Roman. 2024, after dropping off tour, I don't really think went to plan for him. I think he'd be the first to admit that. And I suppose there was question marks as to what kind of form he'd be in going
27.
into 2025.
I think this week has been quite encouraging.
126.
His throw looks a lot smoother. His mood has looked a lot better. And if we look at some of his previous efforts,
Brian, you require 68.
Route B is an improvement.
Game shot on the first leg. Brian Roman.
Care to elaborate?
We saw that, Brian. We saw that.
Second leg. It's Brian to throw first. Game
He
on.
just thinks differently. Somebody bought him a darts textbook for Christmas and he said, nope, already know it.
I give up.
Can you imagine how good he will be at countdown?
Maybe somebody who could finally give Kurt Bevins a game.
43.
And this is just his subtraction skills.
Yeah, the only problem with countdown is you have to add up.
Well, what he's thinking about now is how do I get from 358 to 0 in the most creative way?
$81.
Now his brain automatically goes to 277. He's thinking, hit a 137, then I can go tops, bull, tops.
40.
No, that's wrong. It's tops, bull, bull. See, I'm trying to catch up with him.
140.
All right, any ideas on 137?
How about a 57 tops tops?
That's regulation.
108.
Treble 17, double 18, bull.
137. 61.
It's just really good. The use of the treble 11 is so neglected.
I can tell you now
45.
that
Brian, you require
I've got a
76.
spotter in my ear, and at this present moment in time, he is scared.
60. Martin, you require 136.
Well, you know what Martin's going to do? He's going to try the textbook 260s and double 8.
$88. Brian, you require 16.
So 2-8s for a man for 2-0 lead.
Game shot
2-8 found and 2-0 he leads.
Wasn't that a fascinating camera angle? Because you can see the dart going in, but you
Third
can
leg,
also
it's
see
Martin
it
to throw first.
nudging
Game
against the first dart to say, just let me go. I'm going on through. There's nothing you can do about it. I think he's trying to get our attention.
95.
Well, you got it in the first leg, Brian. With treble 17, double 3.
140.
He's having a glance up to the commentary box now and smiling at us.
100.
No wonder he's called the Riddler. He's a bit of an evil genius.
97.
You know the real name of the Riddler? Edward Nigma. And it was played by Jim Carrey in Batman Forever, where the Batman was the now late Val Kilmer.
$84.
And there's a very famous line from that movie coined by Jim. You were supposed to understand.
108.
I'll make you understand. And that's exactly what Brian's doing.
This could be ball double 17 here.
44.
You're hanging your hat on that? I'll go with it.
84.
Okay, maybe not. We think he's going to go unconventional, and he decides to go conventional. We think he's going to go conventional, he goes unconventional.
I need a lie down after this.
67.
We all need
Brian,
a
you
lie down
require
after
32.
this. 32 for a man for 3-0. In it goes off the barrel and in. That's a 14 darters, the double breaker throw. And Roman 3-0 to the good. And now with the darts in his hand to wrap up a comprehensive 4-0 win.
The way he's playing, this game is going to be finished
89.
In 4 legs. He went bull on dart 2. Is he thinking 105 from here? I have a feeling that he's got 1673 times on his mind. He's hit the bull twice in this leg. Now, I believe that the record for most bulls in a leg is 4. Three.
89.
This is important now. Dimitri Vandenberg has once won a leg with 4 bulls in the leg. Can Roman hit 5?
100.
There's 4.
84.
Now, does he start on the bull or does he end on it? He can actually do both. He could win this leg with 6 bulls in it.
151.
Oh, there goes that. It's only 4, but it's still amazing.
Well, that was a, are you taking the insert here?
If I may say so, that's genius.
122, Brian.
Well, that was a crazy leg. But it's been a brilliant performance of Brian Roman, and he wraps it up on double 6, and he is going to comprehensively be a Group B tomorrow night. 16 points to his name. That's going to be enough. A hop and a skip and a jump. Brian Roman is in one of them moves. He's playing some good darts. He's enjoying his darts. And, yeah, hi, Brian. We can see you. You caused us all sorts of mischief. And that is the tail of the tape from that particular match. A man running out a 4-0 winner against Martin Biggs to round off the day's action. Reaction and analysis from Jimmy Banski's Group A win to come in the Pluto TV studio on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had a weird end to Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Brian Roman, well, he was causing everybody problems, wasn't he, in that match against Martin Biggs? But it's a group which has been won by Jimmy Van Schie. He lost to Tom Sykes in the middle of the session, but won his last two to ensure that he is the victor of Group A. And he did so with 26 points to his name. 4 points better off than Tom Sykes in the end. Brian Roman, well, it looks comfortable, that race for Group B over David Davies. But actually, David, up until the line, was in contention, but was unable to cross it. Andy Davison withdrew last night, so he's only got 10 games to his name. Charlie Large played 5 and won 2 today. So Martin Biggs is going to finish 7th in a 6-player group. This is how the tournament bracket's going to break down for the rest of the week. Jimmy Van Schie winning Group A today, and Group C seeing Tommy Morris, Carl Wilkinson, Dino McCrory enter the mix, with David Davies, Charlie Large and Martin Biggs coming in. Group B tomorrow night, Simon Whitlock, Mike Gillett and Mark Dubridge are the new joiners, with Tom Sykes and Brian Roman, the two players that will drop out from Group A into this particular group. The asset, Paul Nicholson, has been watching every single dart in the commentary box over the course of the session. Look, there's only one place to start. Jimmy Van Schie doing it again in a Group A at the Super Series.
Comfortable. Back in Saturday and with time to spare. He was able to flex his muscles and show that he is the number one in the WDF system for a reason. He may not have had the start to 2025 that he had in 2024, but coming back to somewhere familiar that he's had a string of successes. Well, he's back, and it could be 4 consecutive weekly titles, something that very rarely happens.
What has he done so right in this group?
Well, he started well. I think he's established a level of confidence when he walks through the door. His game is always sharp. So that's the key, isn't it? When you come here, make sure you're not overcooked or undercooked. Make sure that you've got enough reps in the tank to make sure that you're going to be ready for the challenge ahead. And when you look at the strength of the players that we've had here this week, he wasn't really in much danger. He found a really good level of form on Monday. He was a little bit better on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, it was a question of, can he get the job done? And I think most of us said this morning before a dart was thrown, he probably will. Sykes was going to have a ridiculous day, and it just didn't turn out that way.
In terms of Van Schie, once he won the group, he definitely took not the handbrake off in terms of performances, but he relaxed a little bit. And him and Brian Roman had a moment in the middle of their game early on in the session where they were trading 180s, and it turns out this week they've been trading tattoos as well.
There's no shortage of tattoo parlours in Portsmouth, especially in this region of the city. But I wasn't aware that they did this yesterday. But it's something they will share forever, I guess. There you go. It's a nice moment. It's just another little clip for our end of the series highlight reel. But those guys in that game were having a total blast. It's great to see two players at their best, relaxed, and we can see what these players can achieve when they remove pressure from their shoulders. At the time, this was a big game. But they know that when the pressure's off, they can play better, and they most certainly did.
Those the matching tattoos of the pair there. And to be fair, that was the game of the day and the game of the group.
Biggest average of the day came in a loss for Roman. Tells you everything you need to know. 6 180s in the game, and still Roman was behind predominantly in that one because Jimmy was in just too good form.
Brian Roman, Where do we begin?
4 bulls in the last leg. Could have had more. Really like it. And I think he understands that when it comes to shots like this, he's a bit of a genius. He's a bit of a maverick. And we love players like this. He still needed to show us why he's going into Group B. Because at times he has lost his temper a little bit. And he's sometimes accused of being a bit too temperamental. But in that game, we saw the relaxed version of Brian, where he can play his best stuff when the shackles are off. Must be a Belgian thing, because we saw the same from Eric Claris in the 90s.
Then the 68. I think the spotters still having nightmares over this.
Just pick your route. Look at this. 11 leaves, 57, 51. And if you think the 51 wasn't on purpose, think again, because he was looking to bamboozle everybody here. I wonder what kind of other quizzical stuff he can think of before the end of the week. But now that Group A is over and he's in Group B with the likes of Mark Durbridge, Simon Whitlock, I just get the feeling he's going to have to go hell for leather on the treble 20 and find a bit more textbook stuff.
I suppose this is the thing with somebody like Brian that's a little bit more maverick, a little bit more out there. What is that line being tread between being yourself, being expressive, and then it not taking over your game at the same time?
Well, earlier in the day, he did leave himself purposefully on 7 trying to flex his muscles. And that was a bad thing to do. Don't leave yourself on small odd number doubles if you don't have to. So if you're on 3 after missing 6, that's fine. As long as you hit it, I guess. But after that, if you're leaving 7 on purpose, you are treading a bit of a fine line.
In terms of Tom Sykes, what do you think his assessment of the week's going to be so far?
I have a positive spin on this. He's amassed 22 points in this group. And maybe half the time he's played well. He's reaching a new level of good. Because he can stick a 95 average in and he can make it look pretty ordinary. So moving forward, I think he should be very happy with the way he played. He reached the highest ceiling with the 111 yesterday. There were some other good performances as well. But I do get the feeling that he's on the way to getting that better B game, but it still needs work.
Are we continually judging him by higher standards time after time?
He won't mind us doing this because he has high standards for himself, as do the people around him. So when he comes here on a Saturday night, he's expected to win because of what he's done before. Same for Jimmy Van Schie. Only one of them could potentially win this Saturday. So he knows that the timing's going to have to be prime. And I think he'll be happy that Jimmy's not here for the next couple of days.
In terms of Group B, is it just a case of resetting tonight? Look, we've spoken about the long journey that he made on Sunday night going into Monday. Can he just now have a period where he's got a day where, look, he's finishing off today, doesn't have to come back till tomorrow night. So he's got the best part of 36 hours where he can sleep as much as he wants, he can do whatever he wants to do, he can relax, take a bit of time out, and then get ready to go tomorrow night.
When he spends so much time indoors like we do, it's important to get outside. The weather in Portsmouth is a glorious mix of sunny and chilly. So get out there, get yourself some fresh air, refresh the lungs, because he was inside in Skegness a lot over the weekend, and then the big journey down to Portsmouth where he was straight into here. So get outside, get some fresh air, and get lots of quality rest. And that, I'm sure that will be the key for him to be refreshed for Thursday night.
3-ton plus averages, 93.8 the average over the course of the group. Plays like that in Group B, he'll have no problems.
He shouldn't, but we can never underestimate Mark Durbridge and Simon Whitlock, and obviously Brian Roman. So just be careful. Make sure you're sharp. Do the right things at the right times, and he should be okay, but we have seen people fail when they don't win Group A. It's a different situation for Tom because he wasn't really in a winning position at any point today, but he'll want to rebound really well.
In terms of David Davies, the first 2 days he looked really promising. There was some good stuff in there. But did it feel like he hit a little bit of a wall today?
He did hit a wall. Just looking at his eyes today, it looked fairly good in the early echelons of the day, hitting shots like this. But towards the end, he looked flummoxed. It's like he was digging deep and there was nothing there. So in the same sort of way as Sykes, he's going to be very happy that he's got overnight to rest. He's got a little less time, but he doesn't have to be here at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning now. He can get here at about 11 o'clock. So a little bit of extra sleep, a constructive end to Wednesday, and I'm sure he'll be okay.
And I suppose, again, same as Tom Sykes, it's all about reset mentality, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is. And he's been here before, so it's nothing new. If it was his debut, we'd be asking more questions, but it's not. He's got a lot of experience here, like Tom has. So they know how to reset on a Wednesday and then figure it out as they push towards Saturday.
In terms of Martin Biggs, he eventually got his win here at the Live Lounge. And I can imagine that is a massive weight off the shoulders for him.
Yeah, of course it is. It sets up a little bit more confidence going into Group C. This was a game that almost got away from him. It was his, then it was Charlie's, then it was his, then it was Charlie's, and then it was Martin's. So the fact that he's been through that now, it will stand him in good stead. And he's not a debutant anymore when he goes into Group C. He's someone who's got 3 days in the tank.
Be interested to see how he gets on in Group C. And what do you make of Charlie Large today? Obviously, last-minute replacement coming into proceedings. How would you say he's acquitted?
I thought early on he was excellent. I knew he was going to cause problems for all of the people towards the top, and he did. He beat Tom Sykes, obviously, with this 72 checkout. Now, Tom, at the time, was still thinking, I can win Group A, but after this, he was thinking, it's not going to be my day. But you've got to admire someone who comes off the bench with less than 24 hours notice and is able to stick in mid-90s averages. Now, I know Charlie likes to stay sharp, but mentally, sometimes it takes you a little bit of time to get ready for something like this. For Charlie to come off the bench and do it, very impressed.
Free roll tomorrow and Friday?
No, I don't think so. I think because of what's happened before, he's won a Group B in this series. He's got the bonus chance. I think he'll want the Saturday night once again, and if he doesn't get it, he'll be devastated.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then once again for the rest of the week. We know Jimmy Van Schie is the winner of Group A. And let's have a look at the two groups in play. Begin with Group C tomorrow afternoon. Hard to pick a favourite from that, really, isn't there?
Initially, I would say David Davies, because he's won a week before. I think Charlie's going to contend. I think Tommy Morris will be very hungry to get through to Saturday because he's had a couple of failures recently. But Darnell McCrory, a little bit unknown. Carl Wilkinson is someone over the last couple of years who's been winning WDF titles and vaulting his way up the rankings. Here, not a great deal of success. So one of two things is happening here. Either he doesn't like the format or he hasn't been in the right form coming here. Now it's got to change. Wilkinson should be a threat. We'll have to wait and see if he is.
In terms of Tommy Morris, we know how good a player he is. Is now the time where we look at him and think he needs to be contending for weekly titles more often?
I think it's easy for us to say that he needs to be contending. I think in his own mind, he feels like he should be contending. He's got enough spirit, he's got personality, but his record in the last 6 months doesn't reflect where he wants to be. He wanted the start of 2025 to be a vaulting platform for the rest of the year. It hasn't happened yet, but this could be the week.
In terms of Group B, Simon Whitlock, I suppose, is going to be the big name that's in there. He's played once in the series, lost to Jensen Walker. How do you think he will be feeling about his second appearance here?
I think he'll feel good because the last time he was here for 5 days leading in to Saturday, obviously he won Group A and he was able to reset on the Thursday and Friday. But this time out, he can go great guns for a couple of days. Hopefully his darts can hang on again, just like that one. It was a very eventful debut, but when you've got the likes of Mark Dudbridge with similar experience, if not more experience than Whitlock, then he's going to have to be sharp from the off, like he was at the end against Hamilton in that deciding match a few weeks back.
So we're going to see Simon Whitlock in action, and we're hoping to see things like that. In terms of the other players in there, Mike Gillett, Mark Dudbridge, don't know too much about them in terms of 2025, but Mike, always dangerous when he's here.
Yeah, Mark is always someone who goes under the radar for me because even though he's had a great career, he always seems to be in a group with people that we talk about first ahead of him. And we don't necessarily know a great deal about what Mark is doing. Same for Mike at the minute. He's way down the rankings in the WDF. We were talking about him being the highest ranked Welsh player in the 60s, I believe. So we know Mike's going to bring a lot of positivity and a great deal of joy because that's just what he does. But as for sharpness, he's going to need that because that is a very, very tough Group B.
Going back to Group A, going back to Jimmy Van Schie, superb performance, and now he's got that luxury, hasn't he, of a couple of days off. And by the sounds of what you were saying in the interview, he's just gonna relax and enjoy himself for a couple of days.
Well, can you imagine being in a strange city and not knowing what to do for a couple of days? Some people might see that as an adventure, but when you're here on business, to try and gain a title. The lead up to that, if you're on your own in a hotel room, walking around streets or a coastal region on your own, it can become too much. So one of the keys to success for Jimmy the last 3 times he's been here is that he knows people here. He can burn the time constructively by staying mentally well around good, positive people. And I think that's a key to success. We saw Andy Bolton a couple of years ago winning Group A, and then he was wandering around Portsmouth for 2 days. He didn't know what to do. So I think this is a big thing for Jimmy. He'll be rested, he'll be sharp, and he will be ready.
And hey, you'll have a few in here, won't he, on Saturday?
If there's only 25, I will be amazed. That QR code is going to get scanned a lot before the end of the day, so I would be stunned if this place isn't full.
Yeah, that's the QR code that you need if you want to be here for the Super Series on any given Saturday. Now, this is the last time we're going to see you this week. What are you expecting to see in the second half of it? And who do you really like the look of going on a run?
I still fancy Davies to make Saturday. I think it might be really hard work. I would fancy Tommy Morris to make it, but I think there are a lot of landmines in his way when trying to get his way through 10 games in Group C. I would like to see Whitlock here because I'd love to see him up against Jimmy Van Skate at some point this week. That's the kind of game I want to see because there's a clash of generations. So plenty possible, but I will be tuning in on Saturday to see what happens.
Should be good fun. Always enjoy your company, Nico. Thank you very much. Thank you for your company as well. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, it's the Tungsten Talk with Keegan Brown. We'll then be on the farm with Scott Mitchell from 8:30 this evening. 2 sessions of live darts for you tomorrow, the first of which will kick off at 1 o'clock. And then Saturday night, all eyes will be on the final. And all eyes will be on Jimmy Van Schie. 7:30, we get underway here on Pluto TV. And Jimmy will be looking for a 4th Champions Week appearance come the end of it. But that's it from us. We'll see you tomorrow from 1 o'clock to see how Group C begins. But as far as Group A is concerned, whereas Jimmy Van Schie, who finished top of the tree, is into yet another finals night. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now. Going to be double 16 to complete a 4-1 victory. Jimmy Van Schie tops. Wrap it up 4-0. 105 the average. He could possibly want to get the job done. It's double 10 again. Schie here looking at 132. I think he likes the liar dart one. Jimmy Van Schie, that is special.
I try to play my best game every game, focus every game. Every game is important, every leg is important. Just do what I always do, try to win.
What a finish, what a man. The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's another Dirty